Would you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union grand.
Would you have sharing the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union land.
If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and the wise.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Oh, come, O ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union land.
Would you take contently what's put in your hand, less than you earn with one leg to stand? Would you believe what they tell you to be, or as brothers go out and see?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land, one industrial union band. There is power in this band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band, one industrial union land,
One industrial union band.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't
Seniors
wear a
are
tie.
the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
They're looking at your post. They're looking at your anger, and they're moving. They're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Shout out to Sweet Myths letting us use the music for the stream. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Incredible artist. Go check out Sweet Myths, folks. Hello, hello. Kiva in the fur with 175 stream streak viewing me. My goodness. Sweet Myths, Jay Hanlon. There you go. Hello, Kermit Thorson. I have not listened to that band. I don't have a whole lot of spare time at the moment, but I'll see what I can do to check it out. Hello, Lee Kestner. Hello, Phyrexial. Hello, Reality Has a Woke Bias. Hello, Nathan Nielsen. You're so done with life right now, but there's so many cool things like frogs. Have you... Or, you know what? These little guys. I don't know if you can... It's a little Kodama. They're cute. It's... Life has so many cool things to offer at the moment. You know? Damn it, Sputnik! Hello! Hello, I forgot Alamo! Hello, Opossum of the Pines! Hello, Paladin Lost! How are you doing? Hope you're feeling better. Hello, the Stegocephalian! Hello, Liz Galahad! Hello! Hello, Vox Boxman! Hello, Kiva in Defer! Hello, hello, hello. I do want to apologize right off the bat. I'm going to be trying to do my best to not be grouchy. I only a little bit ago realized that I had not had any caffeine today, and I have a massive, massive headache, which should, in theory, get slowly better as the caffeine kicks in, but at the moment, my head be hurtin'. But, life goes on, and so do I. You don't seem grouchy at all? That is because I am performing. Sort of. But, like, talking to a camera is a little bit different than just being like, "Purr," and, like, reading a book, you know? Just drink some alcohol? I don't have any alcohol. Well, that's not true. There's alcohol upstairs, but I don't want to go and get it. You're lucky my sleep schedule is fucked so I can actually watch stream. I know! Hello, T-Lave. Are you into Lego? I do like Lego. I'm not, like, into it, but, like, I played with a lot of Legos as a kid. How about some damn water? I've been drinking water all day. I need caffeine. The water isn't the issue. Making a Lulu cosplay? Not yet, but one day soon, okay? I'm working on getting my body ready for the Lulu cosplay as opposed to making the outfit. I've gotta do a lot more working out, and I have been doing that, just as an FYI.
On another note, would you consider this for the next dono goal maybe?
What is this? What is this? The amazing screw-on head?
Of national security, but since you've asked...
Yes. I would consider this. I recognize the dulcet tones of Paul Giamatti. Yes. I would consider that. Also, thank you for the $5 dono and for being the first person to support stream today. Unproduced series based on a one-issue comic book by Mike Mignola. Cool. Also has Patton Oswalt in it. Alright, yeah. No, not related to Shoe on Head. Get your head out of the internet poison. Also, Nathan, thank you for being the first person to support stream, and that does notch us up slightly towards our next goal. So thank you very much.
NGL my TikTok has been samba dancers at carnival all week, and let it be known if I looked or could move like any of those women I would be insufferable.
That is very fair. That is very fair. I think most of us would be, right? Love the shirtless sleeves. Yeah. I'm wearing a shirt. It's called layering. Do you ever play Final Fantasy on stream? God, I wish. I have to play Final Fantasy 16, and I want to go and revisit Final Fantasy 10 too, so fucking badly. So badly. You guys have no idea. Oh, my goodness. But the politics continue, you know? Curious what the current dono goal is? The current dono goal is a secret until you guys make it halfway through. Have I ever tried Final Fantasy XIV? I like Final Fantasy XIV. I don't like MMOs. So Final Fantasy XIV, I got through multiple expansions of Final Fantasy XIV, and mostly driven by the urge to have more outfits to dress up my avatar in. What do you consider the worst Final Fantasy? Probably 13. Probably 13. I really the characters I found pretty insufferable. Though I'm not gonna lie, I really disliked Final Fantasy 15 as well. I just did not like the combat. I didn't like the combat in 15 at all. How funny do you find Gene Wilder? Fairly funny. Final Fantasy X too wasn't the best story-wise. Yeah, but also it's a girls like road trip game, and like we don't get many of those, you know? Also, Final Fantasy 12 is a fantastic, like, post invasion of Iraq anti-colonial game. It's really, really good. I think it would have been better if it had been written along its original script, which was to have, I think, oh god, what's his name? I think Bosch, the main character. They added Vaughn pretty late into the production, which is why he feels so tacked on and like such a little dipshit throughout the entire thing. But they needed to appeal to the youth. I'm sorry, Vaughn 400. There are redeeming qualities to Vaughn, but also I was really irritated by him in so many different ways throughout that game. Latzia, thank you for the $2 super chat. Super chat. I wish you hadn't told me. I'm sorry, Firaxial. Y'all can go back and listen to my best games period episode on Final Fantasy 12 with Kazuma Hashimoto. It was really, really good. He's basically Titus. I also dislike Titus, so it's not unique to Vaughn, okay? Dislike Titus is a take. I look, I don't like him. I'm sorry. All right. Let's see. Boop 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 boop. Why are you gay? What was that thing? Don't listen to Ondor's lies. Did Jack just ask why are we gay? Yeah, I did. I did. Why are you gay? It's an old meme, sir, but it checks out. Are you guys ready to jump into content? Me? I'm not gay. This is the gay. This is the police. You have to tell me if you're gay. It's the law. Oh, God. I'm gay because guys have butts too? That's true. That's a good point. No, I want to talk more about Final Fantasy. I don't know. I think we'll have fun with today's show. I think we'll have fun with it. Sort of. As we navigate horrors. I wish I hadn't been too scared to openly be the little fruit I always was growing up. I like the imagery of all y'all being adorable little fruits. You know, some of you would be apples, some of you would be some mangoes, a few of you would be bananas. A couple heathens would be like kumquats or something. I don't know. It'd be cute. You'd have little faces. I'd be a dragon fruit. God, speaking of fruits, just as an FYI, if you're able to find yourself some pine berries, oh my god, best strawberries I've ever had in my life. Okay? They look like white strawberries, and I'm pretty sure they are just slightly altered strawberries, but they are supposedly like a cross between a pineapple and a strawberry. And so it just creates like this fantastically tart and sweet little strawberry, and it's so good. Luxander is the only one who can claim dragon fruit. I bet it can. Cotton candy grapes do rock, as do mango grapes. Does it have pineapple flavor? It has more of like a pineapple, like... It doesn't have a pineapple flavor, but it has kind of like the type of citrus a pineapple has. I don't know if that makes sense, though. I've never had any of them. They're so good. Go on a quest to find some cotton candy grapes. Y'all gotta stop messing with grapes before someone breeds the grapes of wrath. Fair. Does it eat you back like pineapple does? I don't understand the references you guys are making, because multiple of you have said that in multiple chats, and I don't get it. Alright, we're just gonna jump in, okay? So, folks, real quick, I wanted to talk a little bit, I wanted to take a moment of your time to talk about Kash Patel. Now, if you guys don't know who Kash Patel is, don't worry, he's just the head of the FBI and a podcaster. And also, I want to really point out that back in 2023, back when he was just podcasting, this is what he said when he went on a television show.
And I'm not saying take all their funding. I'm not the defund everything guy. I'm just saying Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet to go to vacation. Maybe we ground that plane. $15,000 every time it takes off. Just a thought.
Minimum.
Oh, okay. You know, like maybe we do need to ground the FBI director's plane and charge him $15,000 if it takes off. You know, like maybe that's a good idea. Maybe we don't need a director of the FBI using government funds willy-nilly like that. And, you know, maybe that'd be bad. I mean, like, obviously Kash Patel, head of the FBI now, would never do something so underhanded to, I don't know, fly a government plane out to the Olympic Games, to, I don't know, head over to the locker room of an Olympic team and just hang out like he won a gold medal. Oh, wait.
Courtesy of the red, white, and blue.
Yeah. So he's just been jet-setting around the world to watch hockey games on your taxpayer dollars. And, they literally put a goddamn medal on him. Like, what an embarrassment to the US hockey team as well. Like, damn. Damn. I don't know. I have nothing really in depth to say about this other than the hypocrisy is like a slap in the face every single time. And I just have to ask conservatives, is there like genuinely nothing that these people could do? Like, short of, I don't know, being on the Epstein list and being like, I guess being on the Epstein list these days isn't even breaking it for you guys. Like, it would have to be like photographed in the Epstein files um for you guys to like cut one of these guys loose. But even then, like, I don't know, like, this guy was literally throwing his name out into the ring predicated on not doing exactly this. It's embarrassing to like literally everybody in the world. Nope, they'd say the photos are fake. I mean, I guess some of them would, yeah. Anyway, even I guess if you're just a humble children's book author and podcaster, anything's possible in Trump's America. You can even become director of the FBI and an Olympic gold medalist. What a land of opportunity. Anyway, folks, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get involved, let's organize against these clowns, and check out ImogeneOlivia.com. There should be a link down in the doobly-doo. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Check it out. Very comfy. People love it. And let's keep on going. Oh, and like, comment, and subscribe. Do those things too. The comments especially help. Jack been watching Tentacles? I don't know what that means. See, just a little taste of this. Now, this next story is going to be a little bit uncomfortable, but we're going to navigate it together, okay? And I think we can reach a pretty okay conclusion here. But let's dive into it, shall we? I'm just going to ask you guys for a little bit of patience and a little bit of understanding, or maybe a lot of both of those things as we go into this, okay? Here you go. So, folks, let's talk a little bit about the fact that if any of you are aware of the BAFTAs, Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo were presenting the other day, and a member of the audience screamed out a racial slur. And a lot of people have a lot to say. But a really, really gigantic asterisk here is that the person who shouted it out is someone with Tourette's syndrome. And something that is crucial to understand about Tourette's is that it is involuntary. It is not, you do not get to choose your tics. They are involuntary. And oftentimes, people with Tourette's syndrome will, in fact, not have that. So that's important to know. This only happens in a minority of cases with Tourette's. And also, again, I want to really stress, you cannot choose your tics. So a minority of people with Tourette's syndrome, in fact, will have tics that are explicitly inappropriate because, as far as Tourette's goes, it's misfiring of neurons. And in this minority of cases, the neurons kind of governing your self-control or your ability to self-censor misfire, and you just straight up say the things. It's not like you sit and you're like, ah, yes, I said something offensive. Tourette's. And the thing that I think is really important to understand about this is that the BAFTAs had this award ceremony and they didn't talk to Michael B. Jordan or Delroy Lindo about it. Delroy Lindo, sorry. So they did not know that someone might be shouting that out. And also, despite the fact that the BAFTAs edited out portions of the show where folks were shouting for free Palestine, an end to the genocide in Gaza, etc., the BAFTAs did not edit out the racial slur from their after broadcast. And it is obviously a really big problem. How the BAFTAs decided to handle this situation, I think, has been pretty abhorrent. Like, they didn't even explain it to them after it happened either. Like, they had to find out about it, like, much later. And they're both professionals, so they carried on with the show, but, like, the fact that no one around them deemed it important enough to tell them why someone was screaming a racial slur at their award ceremony that they were hosting, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. What is BAFTA? BAFTA these nuts? No, that's not it. That's not it. It's the British Academy Film Awards. It's that was a really stupid joke. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's a real choice to just have a complete vacuum of explanations. Yeah, it's the British Oscars, essentially. They also do awards for, like, video games and such. I also, just in case you want a little bit more of an in-depth explanation, I guess in order to kind of, like, put my cards on the table, like, obviously, if somebody has Tourette's, they can't control what they're saying, and it's fine to be upset about what was said. It's fine to be, like, feel your feelings, obviously, but it's not necessarily fine to be like, well, they're racist, or they're, the person who did this means what they said, because Tourette's is involuntary. I need to continue to emphasize this. It is not voluntary what is said. And so I think that that's an important component to understand here, that, like, a lot of people a lot of people are very, very quick on this one to get angry, which is understandable. It's really powerful language directed at some really prominent and wonderful like actors, and it elicits a lot of feelings, but I think it should also elicit some curiosity and understanding, because it's okay to be upset, it's okay to be offended. It's not okay to be like that they should learn to control their tics. They should learn to like you know, not do that, cuz they can't. They can't. It's not an optional thing, it's not a lack of self-control. It's just they can't do it because it's their brain firing wrong. Like it's not a matter of like controlling yourself more. You just can't. It's like looking at somebody who has a neurological condition that makes them unable to walk and just being like, "Well, why can't you just walk?" I don't get it. And it's because their brain isn't firing right. The neurons aren't connecting the right way. Why was it a racial slur and not like a generic curse word? Well, I'm going to play a couple TikTok videos by somebody who is both, you know, black and has Tourette's, who I think broke this down pretty well. This is from Shay GRWM, and the A is a 4. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono.
If anything, we should be trying to learn how texts develop in the first place.
I'm not entirely sure what that means, but thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate it. Let's jump into this, okay?
Ignore how I look right now. Critical retention. I am not feeling too great. However, there is something I have been asked to talk about, and that is going to be the BAFTA situation. I have been seeing a bunch of outrage about it, people saying, "Oh, well, why would that even be in his vocabulary? He did that on purpose." And
we should be learning we should be trying to learn how tics develop. Well, the tic is just neurons misfiring. It's the language portion of your brain, like having neurons that aren't firing correctly or transferring information correctly inside of your brain, right? And so people with Tourette's have difficulties in certain parts of your brain. A commenter 69 in YouTube chat says, "I have Tourette's, can confirm it's completely involuntary. Trying to suppress my tics feels like trying to keep touching something that's too hot. This pressure just gets worse and worse." Yeah.
And all of this stuff, and that racism is to excuse. A very sad day for the Tourette syndrome community, especially for the ones that have coprolalia, because when you come online and you see thousands of people hating on your condition, specifically coprolalia, because that's something that
I don't know if someone knows they have this, then can't they use a sensory green room like Rexham has at the KRAS? It's not, it's involuntary. So like someone with Tourette's may be like walking through an airport and suddenly shout like one of their tics. Like that, it's, you can't just like, you can't control it.
Is already very embarrassing for all of us. Not going to say that people can't be offended by the fact that somebody said the N-word as a tic. However, it's not something that somebody can control. It's not something that somebody wants to say. And I've been seeing a lot of people be like, well, he said it like when the crowd went silent. That is most likely when a tic is going to happen, when you're in public, when you're in complete silence, or when you're trying not to say or do something. We must understand what coprolalia is. Coprolalia causes involuntary swearing and inappropriate tics. This can include the N-word, slurs, etc. I am a black person, and even I have the N-word tic and slurs as tics. This is something I don't see many talk about because of situations like this.
And I also just want to add here, like, one, yes, she's very good at explaining this. And number two, yeah, coprolalia is essentially a part of or a subcategory of Tourette's that directly deals with your inhibition or your inhibition, I guess. Essentially, what it is doing is like there's a part of your brain that acts as the barrier between your inside thoughts and your outside thoughts. And Tourette's can, specifically coprolalia, there's a breakdown in that barrier. So instead of being able to filter out any of those things that are categorized as offensive, you just can't. And so the more offensive something is, and the more like something like the environment is conducive to, you know, nervousness or those involuntary tics, the more likely it is to happen.
Is it a disappointing thing? Shut up! That it happened.
Yeah, like this lady isn't trying, like sitting there being like, I'm gonna like do this. It's like, yes, Fani Turnbull. It is very much related to intrusive thoughts because people with Tourette's often also experience intrusive thoughts. It's just that it's you can think of it maybe like a super intrusive thought that, like, you know, before it's even registered as a thought, just your body does, you know?
In public, in front of that entire crowd, specifically to Michael B. Jordan and the other presenter. I'm so sorry, I do not know his name. I wish I did, but no disrespect to him. I just am not too aware. Yes, it is a very unfortunate situation. Seeing so many people say that they would invoke violence against people with coprolalia if they can't control their tics. That's ableism. The fucked up thing that this happens, yes, but it's something that we can't control. Aggression in the brain being triggered, shut up, and ultimately causing inappropriate tics. Michael B. Jordan and the other presenter have the right to be upset, especially if they were not aware. However, we need to understand and educate ourselves. And on my videos, I constantly see people saying, oh my god, so funny, if I had cursing tics, I would be laughing all the time. But when people actually have cursing tics, then it's offensive and they're a bad person and this and that, the third. We need to do better. We need to educate ourselves better. This is not me saying that people don't have the right to be offended. However, you can't be offended when a disabled person is disabled. I might make a part 2 to this. There's a lot that I need to say, but...
And she did, in fact, make a part 2. And we'll take a look at that real quick. Important to note that this person that has coprolalia wasn't just a random person who was present. The person in question is John, I believe John Davidson, who is a real man. That is the basis for a film that released and was nominated for a BAFTA titled I Swear. Just gonna run this trailer first, just so you guys can kind of understand more of the context here.
Morning, John. Late again.
Traffic was terrible.
John, I need to take you shopping after football. I'm starting big school in 2 weeks.
Ladies?
Yes, John!
I dream of a lady in body. A tale that she...
Get lost! Look at him!
Fucking rabbit shit!
John!
Hey! Fucking shite!
Can't help it!
I was ashamed today!
We're going to get you better. Next to no time.
Johnny D!
It's called Tourette syndrome. Say things that I shouldn't.
What can you do? Do you want to come in for something to eat, John? Oh, fuck off, you wanker!
Well, it's nice to meet you too.
Sorry.
If you do anything here that you can't help, you never apologise.
Tommy, this is John. He's come to have a chat about the vacant position.
Right, I'll give you a rundown of the place.
Give me a cock in my hand. For fuck's sakes.
Can you make a decent cup of tea?
Oh, I am good at tea. Are you spunk for milk? Are you okay with the tics and the swearing?
What tics? What swearing?
We need to get you out, man.
I can see he's off the medication.
I'm so sorry, pal.
I'm so tired. Hey, I don't think Tourette's is the problem. People not knowing about Tourette's is the problem. Hey! Educate them.
You always said I should help people like me. I have Tourette's syndrome, and it makes me tick. Fuck you!
That young man over there would not harm a fly, and he makes a damn fine cup of tea.
Spunk for milk.
Spunk for milk.
So, the actual man that movie was based on was in attendance at the BAFTAs. And the more that I think about this, the more angry I get at the BAFTAs and the people who organized it for not making presenters aware that this could happen, by not explaining it after the fact, by essentially setting up this exact kind of controversy. And it's deeply, deeply depressing because he was there specifically because he is the subject of this film that is designed to raise awareness of Tourette's and what Tourette's syndrome can actually do when afforded like a public venue, you know? So this guy was in attendance at the BAFTAs, and during the presentation of the awards, when Michael B. Jordan and Delroy were presenting. Sorry, I'm not as familiar with Delroy Lindo as I should be. I'm sorry. As they were presenting, like he yells the N-word because he has Tourette's syndrome, but so many people are unaware of this film and unaware that he's the subject of the film that they're like calling for him to be like killed or assaulted. It is, and it was entirely preventable. None of this had to happen, and it's super, super frustrating. So here's part 2 of Shay's GRWM talking about this situation.
This is part 2 to my last post about the entire BAFTA situation. I am seeing a ton of people saying, oh my god, during Black History Month, Tourette syndrome is not based on a month. Offensive tics are gonna happen no matter what shut up a person does. I'm Black, oh my goodness, and I also have the N-word as a tic. I have other slurs as tics. Does this mean that I use them regularly? Does this mean that I mean them? Does this mean that I can control what I say? No, it does not. That's not how coprolalia works. That is not how Tourette syndrome works. Quite literally the Sweet Anita situation all over again. Shut up.
I don't know what Sweet Anita is. I apologize. Don't know what that means.
Where she ended up saying the N-word on stream, she got canceled for it, got called racist, etc. We need to do better. I've seen so many people say, that we can control our tics. That's not, if you can control a tic, it's not a tic. Let me explain what a tic is in detail. Shut up, bitch. A tic is when your neurons misfire. You think that you can seriously fucking control a neuron misfiring. I've never seen a human possibly do that. We have got to stop thinking with our feelings and start thinking with logic. It is okay to be offended. Shut up. But what it is not okay to do is be ableist and try to make it seem like people with Tourette's, specifically those with coprolalia, say their tics on.
Oh, okay. She was a Twitch streamer who has Tourette's, and her chat used to try to trigger her to say a slur as a tic. That's really shitty. Holy cow.
Purpose. My whole think piece on this, if you are offended, I do deeply apologize, but I'm just being logical here. I see a lot of people giving their think pieces, and they are specifically talking about racism when tics don't correlate with racism. But that's not what causes offensive or obscene tics. What causes those kinds of tics are coprolalia. Coprolalia, shut up, is completely involuntary and does not involve your vocabulary.
And I would like to say that, like, the people who are doing their best to explain this, especially the folks who are influencers who have Tourette's, um, I would like to say that, like, folks are encountering their content and coming to a point of understanding, and that might be true of some people, but unfortunately, um, that's not the case. This TikToker released a statement saying, "Currently, I can't make a video as I'm sick and in pain, but this needs to be addressed. People have begun to use my videos on Twitter as a way to be racist, and this is absolutely unacceptable. I am not anti-black, nor do I or would I ever excuse racism. I explained Tourette's and coprolalia in deep detail, which offended some people, but unfortunately at this point, people will be offended either way. I'm seeing people think that I meant that the presenters, Michael B. Jordan, Delroy Lindo, and even director Ryan Coogler, don't deserve apologies. They absolutely do. And I've stated this multiple times. I think the apologies should be private, not public. The whole situation was purposely publicized by BAFTA, and that's obvious by now. They clipped out Free Palestine, but not that tick. They 100% knew it would lead to discourse, and that's wrong. My intent was not to say that black people cannot be offended, because as stated in my videos, the community is more than valid." Which, yeah, like, the thing is, it's okay to feel your feelings in response to this. What's not okay is refusing to understand uh, that someone is doing something involuntary. It's like being, I don't know. It's like, again, I go back to the analogy of, like, someone with a neurological disorder that prevents them from walking and being angry at them that they can't walk, you know? Um, and and then, like, saying, I'm gonna beat you up if you don't walk. And it's just like, well, he can't walk, you know? And in this case, there's no mental filter here. And yeah, the BAFTAs seemingly are using this as a marketing ploy, are using this to try and get content created about the BAFTAs, but it seems kind of like their plan was to have people making angry content about that guy, you know? Like, they weren't interested in a productive conversation around Tourette's. They're interested in internet outrage around that guy saying something inappropriate. And again, they edited out Free Palestine. They could have edited out a racial slur, but they didn't. I think genuinely whoever is behind that series of calculations at BAFTA needs to be fired. Whichever down the chain of command that executed that needs to lose their job and, like, live in shame with that. You know? Um it's just mind-bogglingly pathetic. And I also just want to say that there are going to be people online who 100% will start using, "Oh, I have Tourette's," as a way to, like, get out of accountability for their racism. And I think I keep going back to that line that Shay used in that video, which is, if it's a tick, it's involuntary. If it's a tick, it's involuntary. You cannot control it. And there are going to be people who are going to be doing their little YouTube apology tours, trying to say, "Oh, it was involuntary," and yet manage to not have it, and manage to, like, avoid that for years. Was that literally a South Park episode? I mean, I'm gonna guess that it's going to embolden, especially a lot of people. I'd be surprised if it's not memeified already to death over on, the Nazi child sex abuse material site, Twitter. It would shock me if it wasn't already becoming like a, "Oh, I said something racist. Teehee, I have Tourette's." Oh, let me tell you about the world of teenagers faking Tourette's on TikTok. Genuinely, that sentence made my stomach churn. I would rather not dive into that. But this is only going to make that more prevalent, and that deeply depresses me. That being said, I want all of you, every one of you encountering my videos, to understand Tourette's is involuntary. Like, it is involuntary. People who suffer like with what this man does, who's the subject of the film, I swear, I saw some people asking what movie that was. I'll link it here in chat for you guys. It actively, like, demolished large chunks of his life. And, like, I want to be clear, it wasn't the Tourette's that demolished large portions of his life. It was the lack of understanding about Tourette's from almost everyone around him that demolished large chunks of his life. And that's a completely avoidable outcome. What was BAFTA's official statement? All right, their official statement reads, "At the BAFTA Film Awards last night, our guests heard very offensive language that carries incomparable trauma and pain for so many. We want to acknowledge the harm this has caused, address what happened, and apologize to it all. One of our guests, John Davidson, MBE, has Tourette's syndrome and has devoted his life to educating and campaigning for better understanding of this condition. Tourette's syndrome causes involuntary verbal tics that the individual has no control over. Such tics are in no way a reflection of an individual's beliefs and are not intentional. John Davidson is an executive producer of the BAFTA-nominated film I Swear, which is based on his life experience. We take the duty of care to all of our guests very seriously and start from a position of inclusion. We took measures to make those in attendance aware of the tics, announcing to the audience before the ceremony began and throughout that John was in the room and that they may hear strong language, involuntary noises, or movements during the ceremony. Early in the ceremony, a loud tick in the form of a profoundly offensive term was heard by many people in the room. Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo were on stage at the time, and we apologize unreservedly to them, to all those impacted. We would like to thank Michael and Delroy for their incredible dignity and professionalism. During the ceremony, John chose to leave the auditorium and watch the rest of the ceremony from a screen, and we would like to thank him for his dignity and consideration of others on what should have been a night of celebration for him. We take full responsibility for putting our guests in a very difficult situation, and we apologize to all. We will learn from this and keep inclusion at the core of what all we do, maintaining our belief in film and storytelling as a critical conduit for compassion and empathy." So no apology to viewers who may have been unaware. No explanation for why they left the racial slur in the broadcast when they are editing out other things from the live broadcast. People were warned ahead of time, but not the presenters. The presenters weren't warned ahead of time. The audience was, but not the presenters. Some of them were aware, others were not. And, like, it is deeply frustrating on so many different levels. So, anyway, the BAFTAs royally screwed up, and I am of the opinion that they screwed up on purpose to generate hype for the film festival. And I find that deeply disgusting. That they put people in this uncomfortable situation. So, all of that being said, that's what's going on right now with a lot of the discourse around around this. And also it's deeply frustrating because even folks who are speaking out about this are getting attacked. The woman whose video we saw, who kindly explained her condition to us, you know, I will be taking a short break as this situation has begun to take a toll on my mental health. I spoke out because my DMs were flooded with people asking me to, and I felt sick reading the ableist comments. So many people have said that I put my disability over being black, which I don't. I'm always going to be proud of the fact that I'm black. Both communities I am personally a part of are being attacked. Yeah. Basically, again, she's being accused of being like a racism enabler and betraying blackness by explaining Tourette's. And I can't, man. Like, it's so frustrating. I just want people to be educated before they jump to conclusions. I want people to be curious. I want people to understand the different angles of what happened before they leap to a conclusion. So anyway, if you have any thoughts about this, let me know down in the comments. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and go show Shay. I'm just gonna spell. I'm just gonna show it on screen. Here you go. Go show.
This is.
God damn it. There you go. SH4YSGRWM. Go follow them on TikTok if you use TikTok. Okay. And also, folks, we need to get organized. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and also check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It's super comfy. It's non-tucking lingerie, and it's very comfortable. Go check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo, and let's keep on going. Oof. King Kerplunk.
Thank you for covering this with sensitivity and educating about Tourette's.
You know, I try. I'm not gonna pretend I'm the best, but I do try, you know? And King Kerplunk, thank you for the $10 dono. I very much appreciate it. We are inching closer to our goals. And if we make it to halfway to our goal, I will let you know what that goal unlocks. Is Tourette's just verbal, or can it have involuntary actions? It can have involuntary actions too.
Sadly, a lot of people are too proud of being ignorant and deeply incurious, and if they weren't, the world wouldn't suck as much.
It's true. Lily Love Stuff, thank you for the $5 dono. Whew. And there are also like facial tics, like expressions or eye movements or sudden jerks, arm jerks. Like, a lot can happen when it comes to involuntary movements as well. Hello, Vox Syndicate. No, Kibbles. Shimps. The Shimps. You guys are the Shimps. If you are watching this show, you're a Shimp. Like a shrimp, but mighty when enough of you team up. Hello, Brent A. How we doing, folks? Tourette's by diagnostic criteria is 2 motor tics plus 1 vocal tic minimum, I believe. I need to know this for my upcoming exam. Best of luck, Polaire. Snowed in? Ah. Wait until Mamdani digs you out. Okay, folks, we've been going for about an hour. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because you guys make this show possible. I would not be able to do it without you fine folks. And, yeah. I will say, as a hint about our dono goal, it is not going to be a torture like the last one. The last one was Matt Walsh, debunking a Matt Walsh documentary. The next one should be more enjoyable. Also, click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. It's all good, Elric. It's all good. I'm not judging you. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn. Mildly muscular. I debunked his slavery documentary. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. We have one season of Holy Mac left, T-Lane. Yes, P-Cheek, it will be posted as a video. Yeah, Minute Rice, I have heard of Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. I haven't seen it. I don't know if it's out yet. That debunking was like candy for me. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I was worried just kind of going into like an hour-long Matt Walsh documentary, relatively unprepared, but you know, I think I did a good job. I think I comported myself well. Flavius, we have not watched Milky Subway yet. So we're gonna be doing the rest of Holy Mac. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow, after the State of the Union coverage. Also, just as an FYI, folks, tomorrow I will not be covering the State of the Union live. I will be covering it after the fact, largely due to like some timing constraints that have popped up. I just won't be able to do it live, but I'll be live later tomorrow night, and we'll be covering that. And then I think we'll do some Holy Mac and Milky Subway and some other stuff as well. It'll be a good time. You're telling me there are not at least 20 more hours of the HMCU? There are not. I'm sorry. All right, folks. If we're done with donos, if we're done with subs, we're done with supporting the stream, then I guess we'll have to go into the next segment, huh? Does the State of the Union count as brain rot? In Trump's America, yes. Which is why I think it will pair nicely with the other silliness. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono.
I hope Trump shits himself live during the State of the Union.
God, wouldn't it be great if, like, I don't know, the little blood clot that could finally kicked it into overdrive? I don't know. I'm just, you know,
not done.
Mother Nature's just teasing all of us. Akumi, thank you for the $25 dono. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. M. Allison R. Sad 089, thank you for the $1 super chat. I'm just gonna say M. Allison next time. No, wait, M. Allison Rosado. There we go. I can read numbers as letters. I have the power. I have the ability. I can do it.
Nathan. Only my mum calls me Nathan and I'll never get used to hearing Jack say it.
There we go. I'm sorry, Punk Monk. I wonder if there is a Kalshi pool on who he threatens. God fucking damn it. I gotta tell you guys, I'm so fucking done. Have any of you guys seen the movie Guns Akimbo? Have any of you seen it? I feel like we're inching closer and closer to just like Guns Akimbo / Squid Games style like death games, unironically. And it's so fucking infuriating and depressing. Holy shit. Like Kalshi, crypto.com, like holy shit. Guys, I want to tell you, like, this isn't even like a news story. This was just something I was looking into earlier today. But the stock market around like software and AI has tanked over the last few days, and I found out why earlier today, and it made me so fucking mad. It made me so mad because apparently the reason the markets have been tanking are largely predicated on a report released by this research group that's framed as like a work of like, oh, in 2028 looking back, this is what will have happened in the next couple of years. And essentially they're like, AI will continue to get good, but it will replace all of the white collar workers, but not the stock traders. Don't you worry, stock market traders, you won't be replaced with AI. And essentially it will have negative economic impact on the entire rest of the market because it will be so good at all of the things it does that AI companies will continue to go up and up and up in value, and all of the rest will continue to get worse in value. And so there will be a backlash against what the AI is doing, what AI companies are doing, and that will lead to a implosion in the stock market of like 40%. And this report was, none of the other things that we know for certain about AI have caused investors to get spooked, but this report caused them to get spooked. And like, their shares like tumbled by like 10% or something over the last week. And like, apparently a key component of this report is also that people will just stop using money and will like begin embracing like trading cryptocurrencies. It was really, really stupid. Like, I need to find this specifically. Where is it here? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, the memo hinges on AI agents will eliminate MasterCard and Visa using payments made on the Solana and Ethereum blockchains. Like, this is so not going to happen that I can't even begin to explain to you the degree to which that isn't going to happen. Yeah, it's effectively like a bunch of like AI pushers getting into a room and be like, okay, well, we all love AI. We all think AI is great. But we should all just be aware that if AI really is great, the market's going to implode anyway. Like, they're already myth making around the implosion of the AI bubble, and they're trying to myth make around it that AI is just so good and so effective that it's going to cause its own implosion. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Also, someone's asking me where's this memo from. It's from Citrini, which is a market analysis. Citrini Research is a market analysis company. But yeah, basically, a single Substack post for this caused a massive market plunge over the last few days. You can see it here. Boom. It's so stupid.
Getting AI-generated ads on Twitch from gambling sites for betting on how quickly the world is gonna end has not been great for my mental health.
No, it's so bleak, man. It's so bleak. Guys, like, I don't even know that most normal people realize how cooked we are in terms of, like, these betting markets. The betting markets have, like, you know, billions and billions and billions of dollars, and they have access to all of our personal information that they can buy legally through data brokers. And then they are able to advertise freely on basically any kind of platform now. And also, they're targeting bets towards evangelical conservatives about when to expect the second coming of Christ. Like, it's so messed up. It's so messed up in so many different ways that it's so difficult to, like, untangle. Like, it should be very, very obvious. Yeah, and by the way, then there are people who are, like, faking conversions in order to try and make it seem more likely that the second coming is happening. Or, like, we're getting into, like, just a complete breakdown of civilization because of these goddamn gambling companies. This is what happens when everything becomes gambling. Wait, they're gambling about the return of Jesus Christ? Yeah. Just as an FYI, in case anyone's curious, Polymarket has a 4% chance of Jesus returning before 2027. You can literally trade off of the second coming. You can now short the second coming of Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I don't know. Like, this is hell. This is just hell. Okay? People are being taken for a ride by billion-dollar corporations on, like, a daily basis. This should not be allowed to be advertised anywhere. I did not see that coming. And that's why you're gonna lose out on that big payday. God, fuck. Yeah, what if Pascal's wager actually had money attached to it, huh? Oh god. Is that top from the lingerie company? This is from Killstar. And then this is just like a black tube top. Generic. Also, someone asked me about this. This was just off of a purse. Like, the purse was cheap, but I liked this metal chain, and I repurposed it as a necklace. How much did Pascal bet? Not enough, apparently. Ugh, God. I don't know. This is just my rant. I don't know if you guys want this even as a segment. This was just so stupid. But like, wow. We could. There we go. Segment time? Okay, here we go. So, folks, apparently another conservative tried to kill Donald Trump. Let's talk about it.
Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why
Hell
hadn't
yeah.
you? Just don't wear jeans while doing it, please.
God, please don't. So, folks, we need to talk about the fact that Donald Trump was apparently the target of another assassination from a MAGA assassin today, and... Or not today, rather yesterday. I'm gonna start this over.
Been playing Enfield, the community says that playing as Penguinistrator feels like a capitalism gremlin and Mendministrator feels like harem protag. I'm convinced they just haven't read enough Yuri.
I don't know what that is, but it seems pretty cool. I don't know what it is, but I do like the idea of an administrator penguin. Anyway, I'll check it out. Thank you for the $5 dono. Crystal Hazer, thank you for the Twitch membership as well.
Less than 3.
Hell yeah. Hey, Nindreen. All right, we'll try this one more time. So, folks, we got to talk about the fact that no one seems to be really talking about or caring about the fact that a MAGA assassin attempted to kill Donald Trump literally yesterday, and I didn't hear a thing about it until my editor was just like, "Wow, did you hear that someone tried to kill Donald Trump again?" I was like, "No, I didn't hear a thing about it." And yeah, so the story with this one is apparently that a hardcore MAGA Republican, young guy, early 20s, was disillusioned with Donald Trump over two things: tariffs and the Epstein files. And so he drove his truck into Mar-a-Lago, armed with a shotgun that he had purchased after he had gone missing a couple days ago. And he was shot dead by the Secret Service. At the time, Donald Trump wasn't present at Mar-a-Lago, but very clearly, this guy who had driven several states over and bought a shotgun and was willing to get shot by the Secret Service did not have warm and fuzzy intent. And I gotta be honest, the weirdest thing about this is one of the most comprehensive reporting on this that I've seen is from TMZ. And that feels, something about it feels really weird. Something about this feels very strange. But yeah, Mar-a-Lago armed gunman fixated on Epstein files week before shooting. And here is a text that they were able to obtain. I'm glad you are benefiting. I don't know if you read up on the Epstein files, but evil is real and unmistakable. The people like you and I can do... The best people like you and I can do is use what little influence we have, tell other people about what you hear about the Epstein files and what the government is doing about it, raise awareness. Like, that's about one of the last things he said prior to driving several states, going missing from his family, and then winding up getting shot by the Secret Service. It's very, very bizarre. It's not bizarre. Let me be clear. It's not bizarre that TMZ is reporting on it. It's bizarre that TMZ seems to be the only people in anything resembling mainstream media talking about it like it's something that matters, you know? Like, that's the weird part. Like, it should be pretty big news that someone tried to kill the president of the United States. And yet, this has been hardly a blip on the radar. I mean, like, it really does kind of show how far gone mainstream media is towards sanitizing Trump. And yeah, like, I'm seeing people in chat being like, this is the first I've heard about it, and it's like, genuinely, it's very bizarre. Sources told TMZ, who worked with Austin at Pine Needles Lodge and Golf Club in North Carolina, say that he became fixated on Epstein following the latest release of information tied to the files, and he was deeply disturbed by what he believed was a government cover-up, and often talked about powerful people getting away with it. And again, this is a guy who grew up deeply MAGA in North Carolina. And, like, he's a hardcore evangelical Christian. He, like, was a Trump voter and Trump supporter. Like, his coworkers were talking about it last year. Was talking about how last year he was a big time Trump supporter. And, like, I just think it's really interesting because this is indicative of where we're at as a country. Like, essentially, you have conservative voters becoming so disillusioned that they are willing to, like, lose their lives in an attempt to, like, find some kind of way to reconcile their I don't know, idolizing of Trump with the reality of Trump. It's deeply, deeply weird. People close to him say that he was well-meaning but increasingly frustrated, particularly about the economy. And he often complained that young people need 2 jobs or roommates to afford moving out. Apparently, he had tried to start a union to get higher wages at his job, but no one wanted to join it. And, like, he apparently was shot, like, again, not trying to talk with anyone. He drove in through the north entrance to Mar-a-Lago as someone was leaving, and then got out of his truck with a shotgun and a fuel can. And so, clearly, he was trying to do something there. And I just... the level of, like, fracture in this country, I think is being glossed over constantly. And the fact that no one seems to be willing to talk about this story as, like, a microcosm of, like, the wider conservative movement, I think is a big problem. The fact that, like, are we at, like, 4 people who are MAGA conservatives have tried to kill Donald Trump? Like, the last 4 people who tried to murk Trump are literally all MAGA voters? And why is no one talking about it? Why is this so empty and, like, gone out of our public zeitgeist? And I'm not trying to, like, allege that there's some kind of conspiracy. What I think is happening is that either one of 2 things. Outlets are being overwhelmed by just the flood the zone strategy from Steve Bannon. Or 2, so many mainstream outlets are ideologically dedicated towards sane washing Trump that they don't want to touch this story about his followers becoming increasingly disillusioned, which is something that is pretty predictable given the fact that his polling numbers have now dropped to like record lows. Like we're at like the least popular he has ever been in either of his terms. And I think that comes with certain ramifications. He is deliberately developed like a death cult around himself and facilitated the growth of like brown shirt movements, and it's not really that surprising that someone whose political presence has long encouraged violence against those that are not of the movement is essentially breeding supporters that want to do violence to him when they perceive him as betraying them, you know? But the Dow is over $50,000. But like that, the thing is, if you're a working class stiff, you don't got any money invested in the Dow. You know, you don't even know what the Dow Jones Industrial Average is. Like, the Dow is over 9,000! But, like, it doesn't matter to you if the stock market is doing well if you yourself are getting screwed over every day, bit by bit, more and more. So, I don't know. Like, there's not a whole lot of details around this case other than it's very apparent that this kid grew up in a MAGA household, was basically coached from the time he was like 10 years old to be a hardcore Republican conservative evangelical, and then reached adulthood and realized, oh no, this world that Republicans are creating does not work for us. How old was this guy? I believe, let's see, how old was he? I want to say he was 22, but I'm going to double check that. 21. 21 years old. And this is, by the way, I've been talking about this with my partner, but like, I think a lot of people need to reckon with the fact that what needs to happen in the next administration is accountability. There needs to be accountability for every one of the laws broken. Because the dissatisfaction, the radicalization taking place over the Epstein files is 100% locked in with the fact that there's no accountability in the United States for anyone in those files. You know? There's no accountability for the major corporations that are continuously screwing us over. In fact, I was just going over a story about how Crypto.com gave Donald Trump's super PAC $5 million to get him elected, and now the Trump administration is dropping a major lawsuit against them. You know, there's no accountability for any of these companies, for any of the people running these companies. Donald Trump is actively pardoning people who give him money and pardoning people like the founder of Binance, you know, who was in jail. And like, they are actively undoing accountability. There's been no accountability for the ICE agents who have murdered people on American streets. There's no accountability for the Department of Homeland Security building concentration camps. There's currently a story in the news about a flight of ICE people who are being deported by ICE. That their plane has been grounded because of the snowstorm, and the people on that plane who are being deported have remained shackled for something like 20 hours as local politicians and political figures are being denied access to the plane. You know, that's a crime. It is a crime to keep people imprisoned like that. But there's no accountability for it. There's no accountability for the members of Doge that leaked all of our social security data. There's no accountability for the lack of securing our personal data against foreign interference. There's no accountability for the way trillions of dollars have been looted from the American people in order to give tax cuts to the wealthiest people to ever exist. There's no accountability for any of these people at all. Because the main message, whether you are Democrat or Republican, has been for like the last 30 years that if you are rich and if you're powerful, you get to do almost anything you want. There was no accountability back when the Great Recession. Do you remember way back in 2008? There was no accountability. No one went to jail. Not a single person went to jail. Instead, all of the CEOs that caused a global financial crisis, they got payouts from the government on your tax dollar because their companies were too big to fail. And the government, instead of bailing out homeowners, bailed out the companies. So people just lost their homes. No accountability.
And yet these same people who refuse to hold criminals in government accountable want to make children who are assaulted accountable for the crimes committed against them. It's sick.
It is sick. It is very sick. And there's like no accountability for the global war on terror. You know, like we went to war on a fucking lie about nuclear weapons in the possession of people in Iraq. And you know what? There weren't any nuclear weapons. There weren't any weapons of mass destruction. That was a fucking lie. Millions of people died. We tortured people. No accountability at all. And what I'm trying to say is that we have had decades of this lack of accountability where the rich and powerful get to essentially pretend like laws don't apply to them. And occasionally one will get thrown to the wolves as like a peace offering. Like take them, don't ignore the rest of us rich elites. But that time needs to end with the next administration. Whoever gets into power next needs to enact accountability. And it can't just be, well, we'll be accountable from now on, starting now. It has to be retroactive. Has to be retroactive. Because, like, the kind of anger that motivated this guy, Austin Tucker Martin, who got shot by the Secret Service yesterday, it's not an anger that is limited to just him. And he may have gone about it in a way that, like, clearly beyond the pale. But, like, this the same kind of motivation, the same kind of feeling exists in a lot of different people's hearts in the United States. Because for too long, you know, we've seen news stories about, you know, black kids being shot for shoplifting candy bars. And meanwhile, like, some guy in a suit pilfers $100 million and it's hardly a blip. Doesn't even get prison time. Gets time off for good behavior. This cannot continue. Our society literally cannot cohere if the rich and powerful continue to get away with all of their abuses at our expense. And I think all of this really comes to a head with the Epstein files. So I think that really what needs to happen is there needs to be some kind of reckoning, some kind of national commission, some kind of, people have been saying Nuremberg too. I don't know. I don't really care what you call it. There needs to be some kind of mass accountability for people who have done these crimes. Because until that accountability happens, until it is visible, until it is believed in, a lot of folks will continue to think that the government cannot and does not function. You know? It's hard to believe that a government can work for you when you turn on the news and you see, oh, the CEO of Goldman Sachs just got away with murder every single day, you know? Oh, the CEO of Chevron covered up the fact that it's killing the planet. Oh, whatever. They paid $10 million. It's all good. You cannot believe in an effective and altruistic government unless you start seeing people who are actively harming you held accountable for that harm. And that's just one of the basic functions of government. And honestly, the lack of accountability is exactly what allows Donald Trump to flourish. It is what allows Donald Trump to go out in front of everybody and steal brazenly tens of billions of dollars for himself and his family. And no one, it's not even a scandal anymore. Bill Clinton lied, committed perjury, allegedly. But Donald Trump lies every day as he breathes, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because people have come to expect that the government just lies and gets away with it. The government just steals and gets away with it. And I think all of this is why the mainstream media does not really want to touch this story. Because it would mean reckoning with an incredibly uncomfortable truth about the level of rage and the level of dissatisfaction and the level of just disbelief in the system that really does exist out there. And we need to set things right by starting with accountability. Until the corrupt get sent to jail, people will not trust the government again. Exactly. So, all that being said, folks, let me know what you think down in the comments. Why do you think this isn't being talked about as much in mainstream media? And hit that like button, subscribe. Also, we need to get organized. If we want to see that accountability, we got to get organized. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and begin pushing for your Dems to get more radicalized towards progressive ideas. Make your DSA more effective because, guys, we do not get accountability unless we step up and demand that accountability. You need to be in the room demanding that accountability. Otherwise, the powerful will just allow one another to keep getting away with this shit. All that being said, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Sorry, I blanked a little bit. ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up to be for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie. It is comfortable. It is beautiful. It is elegant. Check it out. Link down the doobly-doo, and let's keep on going. There we go. We did it. We did the thing. Yo, Pimplepunk, congrats on your birthday. Hope you enjoy those antihistamines. Shoot Bang, thank you for the $10 dono.
I have seen some, presumably younger, people getting really agitated online over companies getting tariff refunds, and I have a feeling this is going to be a 2008-like radicalizing experience for some.
Oh yeah. Well, also, I don't know that anyone is actually going to get a tariff refund. I am not going to hold my breath. I fully expect the Trump administration to use that as like some kind of slush fund, you know? Oh shit. The vehicle safety data came out for 2025. The Cybertruck is the most dangerous personal vehicle in history. 145 Cybertrucks per million exploded. Oh my god! The Ford Pinto is just 8.5 per million. Oh god, it genuinely is like 14 times deadlier than the Ford Pinto. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I remember, like, last year, the preliminary data for that coming out and being like, 14 times deadlier than the Ford Pinto? How can that... You, like, have to try to make something that deadly. It's like you had to, like, I don't know, take one of those little red wagons and attach, like, a jet engine to it to make something even less safe. Damn. The glue doesn't contain the explosion. Oh, man. Yeah, real MAGA drive Tesla, it's true. Yeah, every MAGA person should drive a Tesla, it's true. That'll own... When it explodes, the fireworks will own the libs. It's true. God. God.
Felt appropriate.
What is this? Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. What is this?
There once was a truck with an ugly frame, its angles sharp and it looked so lame. The people wondered who's to blame, the man who goes to Mars. All hail the Cybertruck, a brick on wheels that frankly sucks. They call it sleek, but let's be real, it's the dumbest thing on wheels. There once was a truck with an ugly frame, its angles sharp and it looked so lame. The people wondered who's to blame, the man who goes to Mars. All hail the Cybertruck, a brick on wheels that frankly sucks. They call it sleek, but let's be real, it's the dumbest thing on wheels.
Awesome. Whew. Nathan, thank you for that. I enjoyed that a lot. Aren't they worth more as scrap? Probably at this point, right? Yeah, I just posted a link to that. And they still can't sell them? No, of course not. They've been donating them to police departments, which frankly I think is really fucking funny. Genuinely, that should probably be considered an attempt on the lives of those officers. There was someone in my town who had an all-black Cybertruck for about a year before it blew up. Oh, man. How we doing, folks? We've been going for about 2 hours now, and we are at 36 subs. But at the 2-hour mark, you know what time it is. It's time to hit that goddamn button. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Oh, Malazito, they're the most explosive vehicle ever devised. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the I still flip off every single Cybertruck I see, because at this point, you know if somebody's driving a Cybertruck, they're a fucking prick. You know it, right? Like, if you see a Cybertruck in your area, the person who owns it is not a good person. Also, get off of Twitter, you silly beans. Get off of Twitter. It's rotting your brains. And I mean that in a not ironic way. I mean, quite literally, it's now scientifically proven that hanging out on with algorithms designed to push far-right content makes you more prone to believe and latch onto far-right ideas. Get off of Twitter. It's deliberately fucking with you in a way that is bad for your brain and is going to make you a bad person. Paladin Lost, what do you mean? Do you mean like a hint, the towing capabilities of the Cybertruck being held together by literal glue wouldn't cut it? Huh. Yeah, go on Blue Sky. I'm on Blue Sky. Cool people hang out on Blue Sky. And you know what? Yeah, you might encounter some irritating people on Blue Sky, but you know what you're not gonna encounter? A fucking hive of neo-Nazi bots.
John Oliver did a really good episode about Twitter just a day ago.
Hell yeah, he did, and he's right. It's time to leave. What of the great soup brain harvest? You can harvest soup brain over on Blue Sky, okay? My job is the soup brain harvester, and you know what? I have a confession to make. I mainly use Blue Sky now to harvest the brain soups. Okay? Obviously I pull from other sources as well, and like articles and things that people have written in depth about, but like you don't need to invite that Nazi shit into your life. You do not need to. Like, for someone like me, I have, like, maybe, like, a small use case where, like, I might need to go to the hell site in order to, like, provide you guys content. But you guys don't have that. Stop it. Yeah, if you come on Blue Sky, there are drunk thirst traps. From me. 10 out of 10. That reminds me, I have an outfit that I want to wear. Maybe for next stream. No, maybe Wednesday. That will be good for thirst trapping. Bunny Toes, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. Appreciate it. There is a lot of horny over on Blue Sky. The sex workers all went to Blue Sky. So you've got beautiful, like, ladies and ladies and men, and you got the titties, you got the hentai artists over there, you've got all of the policy wonks over there, you've got the scientists over there. My Blue Sky feed is like an amazing hodgepodge of smutty material that I can't show on stream, combined with paleontology experts talking about the cool new dinosaurs they're discovering, and also political wonkery. All right, it's a great place. I like it. Good luck interviewing tomorrow for your new job, Nine-Tailed Witch. Let's go! Yeah, all of the great shit posters left Twitter and are now mainly on Blue Sky. Beautiful men, I'll take your whole stock. Shut up and take my money.
Reminds me of my favorite prawn artist on Blue Sky. Everyone check out Killer Bunny, also known as Crace.
Huh. I'll have to check that out. You got me? Look, I have no stake in this fight except that Twitter is bad and good people should not be on Twitter anymore. Mainly because if you stay on Twitter, you might not stay a good person. Yeah, Blue Sky also has some good furry artists. True. Very good point, Nindreen. Not my thing, but I know many of you partake, and very true. I'm already a bad dog. No, you're not. I see you, Dice Mistress. All right. Let's do this. Ah! All right. So, folks, let's talk real quick about the fact that the Trump administration really doesn't want you to see the second part of Jack Smith's report on Donald Trump keeping classified state secrets in his bathroom. So, a lot of you may remember that one of the big things during the Biden administration was the fact that Donald Trump took and then refused to give back some of the most classified documents in America that exist. Like, if you or I were found in possession of them outside of an appropriate viewing space, we would be like black bagged and taken to like a CIA black site. You would be gone, essentially. But Donald Trump kept these documents in boxes just willy-nilly around Mar-a-Lago, including at one point on stage during a party he was throwing in the same room. He kept them in a bathroom, he kept them in a shower, he kept them in an unsecured room off of one of his pools, and like was ordering his little minions to like move them around and bring them to his house. And like the level to which this is illegal would, again, I want to really emphasize here, disappear you into a CIA black site and you would likely never be seen or heard from again. Okay? Just full stop. And Jack Smith was tasked with prosecuting Donald Trump about these classified documents. And, well, he has a whole report on said investigation. He is specifically requested that it be released. Other people are seeking for it to be released. And, well, Donald Trump's favorite judge just blocked the release of said document. And what's really interesting is, of course, the judge who blocked this case from proceeding is Judge Eileen Cannon, the very same judge who has weighted everything in Donald Trump's favor throughout this entire process, who was appointed by Donald Trump. Okay? And it's really awful. And not only is her ruling that, well, you're not going to get it this time, it is also any other future attorney general ever will be unable to release this document. It is not just, oh, you can't, we're not going to release it this time. It's in perpetuity, this document shall not be released. Okay? But like, how did they even get in the bathroom? Well, Sassy Sassa, when Donald Trump left office, he took all of those documents with him. He just took them with him and brought them to Mar-a-Lago. And then when the National Records reached out and were like, hey, you got to give us those records back, he just said no and refused to give them back. It's fucking theft. And apparently some of these documents included like nuclear plans. You know, like it's ridiculous. Now, that's not to say this is the end of the story, because it's not, right? Judge District Eileen Cannon, who was nominated to the bench by Donald Trump, granted a request from the president to keep under wraps the report on an investigation alleging that Trump stored sensitive documents at his Mar-a-Lago estate after he left the White House following his first term, that he obstructed government efforts to get them back. Right? So the first volume of this report has already been released. The second volume has not. Let's see. Yeah. Pam Bondi already determined that the report was an internal deliberative communication that is privileged and confidential and should not be released outside the Justice Department, according to court papers. The Trump administration has characterized Smith's investigation as politically motivated and said in recent court papers that the report belongs in the dustbin of history. Cannon's order blocking the release also applies to Bondi's successors at the Justice Department. Like, it's so disgustingly blatant. And seemingly, I don't know if this is the end of the story. I believe her order can be appealed, and it almost certainly will be. But also, there will be challenges and attempts to get this document released by various First Amendment rights groups. One that is mentioned by the Associated Press here is the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia University. There's no legitimate basis for its continued suppression, says Scott Wilkins, senior counsel for aforementioned Knight First Amendment Institute. Judge Cannon's decision to permanently block the release of this extraordinary significant report is impossible to square with the First Amendment and the common law. So, this is not the end of the story here, but it should tell us something. And it should tell us that that report is incredibly damning. Because if it wasn't, the Trump administration would not be basically engaging every effect at its disposal to prevent its release. So it's just another barrier obstructed to try and prevent the release of this. I just think it's worth talking about because that was the biggest scandal during during Joe Biden's presidency. This was like the biggest scandal. The fact that we had someone who is not the president stealing government secrets and nothing was done about it when he said, no, I'm not going to give them back. That's bizarre. When Joe Biden was found to have documents, he gave them back. There was not this back and forth like, oh man, I'm not going to give them back to you. Like, no, he just gave them back. This is just a delay tactic. And I'm wondering if they're hoping that this is going to delay the release of that report until after the midterms. My guess is that the entire reason that they are throwing up so many barriers is to try and protect any kind of midterm effect that this document could have. And, given the nature of what his crime was in this case, it might genuinely be devastatingly compromising to any kind of election effort. So we'll see. In order to get those documents back, the FBI had to raid Mar-a-Lago. So, just something to be aware of as we get closer and closer to the midterms. My guess is that these groups are going to be trying to expedite this process so that the document comes out before the midterms, though I would not hold my breath. This delay tactic might very well be successful, and getting our hands on that report might not materialize until 2027 or 2028. Although I suppose they're kind of rolling the dice here that, either a higher court doesn't immediately overturn this, or that it doesn't come out in 2028. Either way, that would be extremely bad for them. All that being said, Let me know what you think down in the comments. And hit the like button, subscribe, and also get organized, folks. We need to get organized to beat these bastards. Join your local Dems, make them more progressive. Join your local DSA, make them more effective. If you need help doing either of those things, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with your DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Link should be down in the doobly-doo. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, super comfortable, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out. Let's keep going. Whew. How we all doing, folks? Going to be hard to get it out within the next year. This order will most likely get overturned by the 11th Circuit, which will involve a panel, then en banc, then a writ to SCOTUS. None of that has to do with the release, just removing the deadbolt. Yeah. His dementia will incapacitate him in 4 months tops. I mean, that's probably true. Bez, thank you very much for subscribing. Folks, we are almost 10% of the way to our goal already. Oof. Please consider supporting the show with your subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. Can we talk about the poo aircraft carriers? I don't know what that means. Stressed, depressed, unable to rest due to my irrepressible rage. Indeed, the garbage princess, indeed. Hello, B for brain. I think his dementia can do better, faster. Maybe Donald Trump has been a super soldier this entire time, designed to create a better, faster, stronger kind of dementia. Stronger than any ever seen before. Ooh, 500 of the 600 toilets are broken? Jesus. Yeah, were they all eating dill burritos? What happened? It's a real shitty time to be in the Navy. The fort is literally flooding with shit. Oh no. Are we about to lose our first aircraft carrier since World War II? Alright. Speaking of Donald Trump's mind, shall we jump into our next segment here, folks? World War Poo? Ah, damn it. It was right there and I didn't even take advantage of it. Damn it. All right. Let's go. So, folks, just right off the bat, I just have to say, this is where we're at. As a nation, that sound effect represents all of us right now, okay? I don't even know where to start with Donald Trump's mental state, but it is so bad. No one like this has any business being in a position of power or authority whatsoever. And what I mean by this is, like, he literally lives in a fantasy world. Look at, wow, Gavin Newsom just dropped out of the presidential race. President DJT. That's from earlier today. What are you talking about? Genuinely, what are you talking about? You know? Like, did he? No! Of course he didn't drop. He hasn't even announced that he's running. No one has announced that they're running. The race hasn't started. We're before the midterms. Like, this is a bizarre thing to just put out there. But it's not the only bizarre thing he's put out there recently. He put this out, like, what, 2 days ago? Working with the fantastic governor of Louisiana, Jeff Landry, we are going to send a great hospital boat to Greenland to take care of the many people who are sick and not being taken care of there. It's on the way, President DJT. Now, there are a couple of problems with this. Notably, 1, there's not a plague in Greenland. 2, that's an AI picture of a boat. 3, both of our medical ships are currently in dry dock, so they're not going anywhere. And, what is he talking about? He's genuinely just crafted, like, an entire other reality that he lives in that has no relation to our own actual reality. And, like, this is bizarre. This is beyond bizarre. Here's a snippet of a speech he gave today. Okay? Just try and follow this here. Okay? As he looks like the oldest, tirest man you've ever seen in your life.
Why would we do this? And they walk in, nobody even asked for, like, do you have an identification? Do you have an ID? It's so crazy. You know, the mayor of New York, and he's a very nice person. I met him, but his ideology is not too good. But we're having a massive snowstorm right now. And I heard that he's asked people to come out and help shovel the snow. Okay, so you get a shovel and you start shoveling, right? What the hell, you're not going to help too much, but you can help. And hello, darling, how are you? Noah, right behind you, look. My friend, right? Are you okay? Yes, you. Are you okay? Are you okay? Good. Good. Are your eyes okay? I gave her money to get her eyes fixed. A lot of money to get her eyes fixed. That doctor ripped me off, but that's okay. And when do you go? Well, you get them done. It's an operation, but it's 100%. You know, it's great. It's Wednesday. Good. Are you going to have 20/20 vision? She's almost blind, cataracts. She's almost blind. And with one operation, that'll take a very short period of time. Hope you have a good doctor. He's an expensive doctor, top of the line, right? But you know what? You're going to have 20/20 vision. Because I noticed you're wearing glasses. I saw you yesterday on television wearing glasses, and I said, well, but anyway. But, you know, speaking of your family, it would be a lot different right now, except for the election. So I always say, it's too bad that happened. And if I had it, why would we do
Genuinely? Is this dementia? It's something like it. Like, I don't know, the constant, endless think pieces of Joe Biden's so old. He's talking so quietly. Like, I'm sorry, but like, this guy's gone. This guy's gone. He's like seeing AI stuff online and thinking it's real. I haven't forgotten about the med bed. He literally was talking about how people were gonna get med beds. He was taught, like, I'm sorry. I see the MAGA people in my chat.
Reading glasses are a thing.
Indeed. Like, yeah, can we get a link to it though? Do come on. Here it is.
There was confusion over the weekend after President Trump appeared to share a video that promoted a so-called cure-all bed for Americans.
Yeah, so the problem, those beds don't exist, and the video itself was AI generated. This is what we're talking about here.
President Donald J. Trump has announced a historic new healthcare system, the launch of America's first MedBed hospitals and a national MedBed card for every citizen.
Every American will soon receive their own MedBed card.
Yeah, but if you watch that video, you can see that what he's saying and his mouth moving is not syncing up. The president deleted that fake video a few hours later, but not before it caught widespread attention.
Yeah, so the so-called med beds are a conspiracy theory that claims the wealthy secretly use these futuristic beds to cure any illness and extend their lives.
It is still...
Yeah, it's, I'm sorry, like, if you voted for this man expecting, like, some kind of sanity, you got conned. You got conned by a bunch of people, like, turning him into a Weekend at Bernie's sketch. You know? Medbeds, we don't have that tech, do we? No! It's an AI-generated video! Because clearly what's happening is that Donald Trump is sitting there scrolling through far-right social media and seeing AI-generated bullshit and believing it. It's why he's tweeting, it's why he's putting on Truth Social, Gavin Newsom just dropped out of the presidential race. There's not a presidential race happening right now. Like, I'm sorry, you've been fucking conned. Oh, he's sending medical ships! He's sending medical ships to Greenland! Using an AI image to try and make that point, because the real medical ships that we have are in fucking dry dock. He just doesn't know what's real and what's not anymore. Dude is full-on Brandoning right now, and it's not even funny anymore. Okay? It's not even funny anymore. Especially not funny because, despite the fact that he very clearly has worsening dementia, or as many people have called it, including myself, soup brain syndrome, he is still Commander-in-Chief of the United States military, which is the largest military on the face of the earth, and he is now amassed a level of military capacity near Iran that is larger than at any point with the exception of 2003. And is openly talking about starting a war with Iran unilaterally. Here's the New York Times. Trump considers targeted strike against Iran, followed by larger attack. And one of the reasons that headline reads, followed by larger attack, is because all of his military advisors are basically saying, and again, these are the military advisors that he handpicked because they were yes men, they're all telling him, well, if you do a small attack against Iran, they're not going to restrain themselves anymore. Like, there's a finite level of restraint that Iran has shown, and if you do this, it is going to result in a very large-scale response. Because they've been effectively backed into a corner here. And they are going to be feeling like they need to establish a normalized like threat in order to prevent you from attacking again. And it is also worth noting that we have so burned the political capital we've experienced up until this point in the world, diplomatically.
Supposedly, and this is from John Oliver, but Twitter brainrot convinced Trump that Fort Knox had all its gold stolen. This man should not be running a country.
It did. He literally, prior to his election, was talking about the need to inspect Fort Knox to make sure the gold was there. Like, it is nuts. But the UK is now saying, no, we're not going to go along with any kind of attack on Iran. Okay? And this is not limited just to the UK. Basically, most of the US's ostensible allies are saying, we're not going to provide you military bases or send any support troops or give you arms and ammunition in order to facilitate this attack. We are not going to do that. Which, in turn, has led to a real problem here. At least as far as Donald Trump is concerned. Because, effectively, being cut off from our allies puts the US military in a bit of a tight spot logistically. Because one of the greatest powers that the US military has had up to this point has effectively been its logistics capacity. Okay? And what I mean by that is the ability to move stuff and things from one side of the world to the other. But that is largely done in concert and with the acquiescence of other countries. And that is also largely done by the United States being able to throw a lot of money around and purchase these things from our allies. With that capacity diminished, that puts the US military in a really tight spot. And even if you are a Donald Trump yes man, it means you have to tell Donald Trump some pretty bad news for his plans. So, this is from the Washington Post, okay? Trump's top general foresees acute risks in an attack on Iran. General Dan Kane, also the one that Donald Trump has talked about, Raisin Kane, the one he loves to brag about, the Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman, has cautioned that a lack of munitions and support from allies could mean greater danger for U.S. troops, people familiar with the discussions said. So, just to get into this, the United States has not kept up a huge stockpile of ammunition, which means that typically the United States has relied upon limited strikes. We aren't in like full-on like war mode, to kind of put a blunt label on it, I guess. The difference between 2016 and 2026 Trump is insane. It really, really is. Dreaming of Kadath. Thank you for the $2 super chat. But essentially, General Kane is just pointing out the logistical reality. Okay? Let's see here. General Dan Kane expressed his concerns at a White House meeting last week with Trump and his top aides. These people said, cautioning that any major operation against Iran will face challenges because the U.S. munitions stockpile has been significantly depleted by Washington's ongoing defense of Israel and support for Ukraine. Kane's remarks at the White House meeting have not been previously reported. Separately, in Pentagon meetings this month, Kane has also raised concerns about the scale of any Iran campaign, its inherent complexity, and the possibility of U.S. casualties, one person said. The general has said that any operation would be made all the more difficult by a lack of allied support. And that's very true. Because again, I've talked about this before, but essentially Donald Trump has been weighing whether or not just to like do a limited strike, but whether to do a full-on invasion / attempt to topple the Iranian regime. And this is a really bad idea for a couple of reasons. One, Iran is built like a fortress. It is one of those like geological locations on planet Earth that is home to a great deal of geography that forms natural fortresses. It is very difficult to fight a force of people that are embedded there and who are familiar with the terrain. That's number one. Yeah, I mean, there are extensive cave systems. I mean, there are strongholds built there that could be used for modern warfare that were built like 2,000 years ago, you know? You've got mountains, you've got ancient fortifications, you've got all kinds of different stuff that could be used. Yeah, it's a graveyard of empires indeed. And number two, Iran's government isn't run by a singular strongman, right? What Iran is run by is a multi-layered and deep bureaucracy where you could decapitate leadership, but there's functional leadership all the way down. So it's not enough to simply take out the leader of, Iran and then it's done. They have a chain of command. They have a chain of bureaucratic command. Like, it would continue to operate. And number three, any kind of US interventionism is going to lead people to being more aligned with their government over there. It's not going to cause a fracture of Iranian society. It's going to strengthen the regime as the thing that may be able to keep the people safe from US cruelty and aggression. And so a lot of this compounds upon itself, combined with the fact that it has a sizable military. Like, it has a sizable and competent and well-equipped military. If you're trying a land invasion, that is going to go extraordinarily poorly. And they have advanced weapon systems that could very easily target US allies and US military assets that they have not used because any of their counterattacks in the past have not been dedicated to doing real damage to US military installations or US ships, etc., etc., etc. Like, they are not doing aggression at us at the moment, specifically to try and cool things down. But now, with Donald Trump's soup brain, as soupy as it is, effectively, everything now rests on a series of diplomatic talks between the U.S. envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, and his counterparts in Iran, as well as Jared Kushner for some reason. And I do want to remind people that Jared Kushner is just a guy who's the son-in-law to the president. He's just a guy. Steve Witkoff does not have the experience for this and for what he's doing. And so we've got like a woefully undertrained and underprepared official, and then just some guy who's been getting paid off by various Middle Eastern governments to the tune of billions of dollars into his hedge fund. And like, I really want to emphasize, I've talked a little bit about accountability today in our other segments, but like, we should really be prosecuting Jared Kushner. He doesn't have an official job in US government. He's just a guy who is being sent along with for no apparent reason. He should not be privy to these kinds of talks. He should not know the kinds of things he knows. He should not be in the room for these negotiations, but he is for some reason, and there needs to be an investigation into what that reason is. Okay? And I think that Donald Trump has been told in no small terms that any kind of limited strike on Iran at this point is not going to provoke a limited response from Iran in return this time. And I am really worried about what is going to happen because Donald Trump is a soup brain. And when this reporting about General Kane's comments became public earlier today, he got really, really mad.
Unironically nepotism, he's just Trump's son-in-law.
I mean, yes, but also it's worse than nepotism because nepotism implies that you gave someone who is undeserving a job. Jared Kushner doesn't have a job here. He doesn't have a position here. This is the equivalent of showing up to, I don't know, what's a good, I don't know, it's like showing up to the attack on the Death Star, and it's like you, Han Solo, Luke Skywalker, and then there's just Randy from McDonald's. Except Randy is now being handed the controls to like the most valuable ship in the fleet for the assault on the Death Star. Like it's just like there's no point in having this person here. He has no skills that are useful. He has no position that gives him legitimacy. He's like just some guy. Also, thank you for the $5 dono, Nathan. But in response to this reporting, Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. Numerous stories from the fake news media have been circulating stating that General Daniel Kane, sometimes referred to as Raisin, is against us going to war with Iran. The story does not attribute this vast wealth of knowledge to anyone and is 100% incorrect. General Kane, like all of us, would like to not see war, but if a decision is made on going against Iran at a military level, it is his opinion that it will be something easily won. He knows Iran well in that he was in charge of Midnight Hammer, the attack on the Iranian nuclear development. It is development no longer, but rather was blown to smithereens by our great B-2 bombers. Raisin Kane is a great fighter and represents the most powerful military anywhere in the world. He's not spoken of not doing Iran, or even the fake limited strikes that I've been reading about. He only knows one thing, how to win, and if he is told to do so, he will be leading the pack. Everything that has been written about a potential war with Iran has been written incorrectly, and purposely so. I am the one that makes the decision. I would rather have a deal than not. But if we don't make a deal, it will be a very bad day for that country. And very sadly, its people, because they are very great and wonderful. And something like this should never have happened to them. President Donald J. Trump. Like, number one, all of that is incorrect. The person responsible for whether or not the U.S. goes to war is not General Kane, and it's not Donald Trump. War is a power deliberately provided in the Constitution to Congress. The president cannot unilaterally declare war. The fact that he is trying to take this power for himself is a really bad sign. Especially given the fact that he's also out there talking about med beds and talking about ships that are currently in dry dock and using AI in order to try and, like, justify his points. Like, he's gone, guys. And a war with Iran is going to be exponentially worse than war with Iraq. We're not just talking about like 1 million civilians dead. We're talking like millions of people dead. It is going to be much larger, much bloodier. Part of the reporting on this talks about U.S. troop casualties because a lot more troops are going to die. And I'm worried that there's no one left who can stop him at this point. Like, Congress has completely abandoned their duty to impeach. Impeachment was created specifically for a circumstance like this. And Congress is refusing to act. It's so frustrating. Well, again, the 25th Amendment was also created for this time, but Trump's cabinet is certainly not going to invoke it. Now, supposedly, Congress is going to be voting later this week on a War Powers Act in order to constrain Donald Trump when it comes to Iran, but I would not hold my breath on it succeeding. So, at every turn, Republicans have empowered this madman whose brain is turning to soup before our eyes. And it might just lead to the deaths of millions of people, including tens of thousands of U.S. troops, for no reason. I just want to add, for no reason. All of this stems from the fact that Donald Trump tore up an agreement that the world brokered with Iran in order to stop them from getting nuclear weapons that would have ensured that the world was testing their uranium, that would have ensured that they were not enriching uranium to dangerous levels. And Donald Trump ripped it up back in his first term. We are here on the brink of perhaps millions of people perishing horribly because of Donald Trump.
I feel a certain Vosh quote goes rather well here, but a democracy like any fortress cannot withstand indefinite attacks. It must be maintained and upheld if it is to function, roughly paraphrased.
I'm not familiar with that quote, but I mean, democracy is an active living system. It's why I encourage you all every single day to get involved with your local democratic apparatus, whether that's volunteering at the polls, whether it is becoming a poll watcher, or joining your local Dems and joining your local DSA and getting involved. Our involvement and our ability to maintain our system, our democracy, requires us to be involved and to be in the room and to say, yes or no, to advocate for what we believe in, And for far too long, far too many of us have sat down and just said, well, those guys got it. And the reality is they don't got it. Our Democrats, our Republicans, they do not, in fact, got it. And we need to be in the room to demand better. So, folks, I'm going to tell you guys, once again, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. Make your Democrats more progressive, make your DSA more effective. If you need help doing either of those things, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We have an onboarding ramp here for a reason, because it's important. All right? And I will also say, I don't know what's going to happen here, but a lot of this is because for too long we relied on other people to make decisions for us. We gave people who did not deserve it power over ourselves and our country. And it is required that we step up, roll up our sleeves, show up, and do the work of actually putting this all together. And what that work might be for any individual one of us might be different. You know, it might be getting more people involved. It might be showing up at the meetings. It might be being one of the people who does the grunt work, the day-to-day activities that make an organization run, like the DSA or the local Dems. It might be that you take on a leadership. It might be that you take on a role in a campaign. It might be something even more than that. It might be that you run yourself.
One of the penalties for refusing to participate in politics is that you end up being governed by your inferiors. Plato, you have to participate, chimps.
It's true. It's true. So, all of that being said, folks, get involved. It's not enough for us to just know the right things anymore. We got to be doing the right things. So let me know what you think down in the comments. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and also call your representatives, call your senators tonight, and let them know that you want them to stop Donald Trump from bringing us into a war with Iran. And I don't care if you've got a Republican or a Democrat representative or senator or senators, call them anyway, because far too many Democrats are way too on board with the idea of going to war with Iran. Okay? So, let me know what you think down in the comments. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and also check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Super comfy, non-tuck lingerie. Elegant, classy, beautiful, feminine. Check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Whoo! Won't help in New York. Schumer's the senator of Israel first and foremost. Do it anyway. Far too often we're comfortable doing like the thankless tasks that get us through day after day and help make other people make it through day after day. We also need to get used to doing the thankless tasks of political organizing that will get all of us through day after day. All right, folks, we've been going for almost 3 hours now. If you're enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, do the things. Click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button. Sparrow in the snow, hell yeah! Good on you for getting organized. Click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button. How we doing, folks? How's the YouTube chat tonight? Pretty good.
Speaking of calling your elected officials, the MN House is trying to open the Boundary Waters up for mining. Tell them this is a bad idea.
Hell yeah, Red Rudy. Agreed. Some of the most unspoiled land in all of America. Yeah, let's open a mining operation, you fucking ding-dongs. Red Rudy, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing all right. You keep me going? Thanks, folks. And guess what? If you're sending in those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, you're keeping me going. You are why I can make this show even possible. I don't got those big sponsors. I don't got those, like, fancy Soros bucks. I don't have any billionaire Republican backers. Just got you guys. Wait, aren't you in the Poly Market studio?
Live from the Poly Market studio in LA.
What? No. No, no. But I'll let you put bets on whether I am or not. Support me over on Calci. Do. And Raid Shadow Legends! I did try a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship once, and I don't think I'll do another one. This stream brought to you by BetterHelp. Get an AI therapist today. Whew, boy. Okay. I think we're gonna skip that story. Oh, but it's not Raid, it's Raid Shadow Legends! Like, you have to put some respect on that. I'm getting back into my exercise routine today. And, not today, but, like, over the last, like, couple weeks. And it is, it has been rough. I've been feeling it in my butt. Isn't Raid Shadow Legends kind of a dog shit game too? It's a super dog shit game. I'm not gonna lie, it is also addicting. So I did play a weird amount of it, but never again. Also, I played a weird amount of League of Legends, but I just can't justify the amount of time that I put into League of Legends anymore. Okay, I am going to stand up and, like, stretch a little bit, because if I sit down for, like, 6 hours straight, I'm going to have muscle cramps. So I'm going to stand up and stretch and take a little stretch break. And when I am done, we are going to talk about establishment Dems and their failures, and we're going to talk about some other stuff after that. We got a heavy content show tonight, so we're going to be going for a while. Now's an excellent time to get yourself a snack, a drink, and I will be back shortly. Folks, remember, please consider supporting stream, and I will be right back.
Just another day for the Hell Brigade, another party for the Reaper. They say deny your eyes, well it's comply or die. All hail the glorious leader. The Banshee's cry was heard through the night for another precious martyr. How many need time for the changing tides to bring the ladies a mighty hammer? Fascist-armed invaders. It's not a means to an end, it's just the evil intent of malignant white crusaders. sparks that spring from love-filled hearts won't be coerced into submission. With every passing day, oh, they set the stage for the coming revolution. Oh, the battle's just begun. Oh, there's freedom to be won. And in the shadow of a would-be king, oh, resistance bells shall ring. Oh, the battle's just begun. Oh, there's freedom to be won. And in the shadow of a would-be king, oh, resistance bells shall ring. Through the dark and stormy days, oh, the fight is not in vain.
I'm gonna tell you fascists, you may be surprised. The people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. People of every color marching side by side, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose.
grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams all that content is bursting the scenes. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Kick it off. Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs. We're not looking for charity. We've been fooled, we've been jerked around, and there's only so much we can say. No, we won't go away. Oh, 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 the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. There's another day just about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Oh, 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 Whoa, 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 the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine.
Hello, I return. Hello, in the hour of your need. Whew. Nathan, thank you for the $5
Hear me out,
dono.
but Green Day has done songs with a political message before. What if they did a cover of This Land Is Your Land? I just think something like that would hit really hard right now.
It's true. The band behind the album, American Idiot, has done songs with a political message before. I bet they'd be willing to do a This Land Is Your Land cover. You know? Are you the Avatar? I don't know how to answer that. Dang, it's been a long time. My name is Gray. I know! The white name Scourge is returning to YouTube chat. It's true. Tales of Atonement, thank you very much for the raid. Hello, hello. I think I need to put on glasses. Please bring balance to the world. I don't know if I can do that. Oh, God. A lot has been going on, hasn't it? Did you hear that Trump invited the gold-winning U.S. hockey team, the women's hockey team, to the State of the Union? They declined. Well, yeah, he was being a real fucking bitch about it, too. Just a real old donkey fart about it. He was like, oh, I guess I gotta invite him. Oh, boy. Yeah, I see those green names in YouTube chat with their evolving, you know, little heart guys as they continue to stay members of the YouTube crew. I see you guys. None of you has yet to achieve the final form, but I respect all of you. Guys, take it easy on Roy McClone, okay? Take it easy on Roy. That's as many words as he can string together. It's very hard for him in order to do that. You know, in a lot of ways, it's a cry for help. Have you covered the Mike Huckabee Greater Israel crap? No. I've talked enough about Greater Israel, and maybe we'll get to this, but I feel like, you know, much bigger names than me have already talked about Tucker Carlson, Mike Huckabee. Maybe we'll do it in the future, because, like, I do think it represents the essential schism between the left and... not the left. Between the different factions of the right wing at the moment. And that's interesting, I guess, but... the amount of patting Tucker Carlson on the back, I find dangerous. You know? Sorry you're blue, thank you for being a member! Appreciate you. Bringing us up to 44. Look at you guys go. Did you see Nick Shirley's trying to agitate in California? He's been trying to agitate all over the place about a variety of different issues and keeps getting turned away by angry people who recognize him. Well, Tucker is a rat, but Tucker Carlson is also extraordinarily anti-Semitic. You know, like, Tucker Carlson is very much in the Jews are controlling everything camp, and Mike Huckabee is in the, well, we support Israel, you know, because the second coming of Christ is on the verge of happening. You know, and it's the essential difference between the two factions of the right that are vying for dominance at the moment. Like Tucker, Tucker Carlson is in the same camp as like Candace Owens for a reason. Neither of them are anti-Zionist for the correct reason, which is that genocide of Palestinians is bad. They're both anti-Zionist because they're pushing their very conservative far-right audiences towards a valid point that they are using to then validate all of their other anti-Semitic beliefs. And I find Tucker Carlson to be incredibly dangerous because in a lot of ways, he's setting himself up to be the true successor to Donald Trump. And I'm really scared of that possibility. My aunt and uncle who fled because of ICE were in that city in Mexico. They were yanked out of their vehicle at gunpoint by cartel forces. They're finally home safe, wanted to share. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad that they're hopefully okay, unharmed. Goodness. What the fuck is up with Anna Kasparian teaming up with Tucker? They're okay. They're okay physically. Yeah, I mean, mentally, you're gonna be real fucking shaken up by that. Keep on going. I will try my best. It's hard to put together like a 6-hour-long show every day, but we gotta talk about establishment Dems being absolute dipshits. All right. Oh my god. Y'all ready? Ready? Hell yeah. How do you sleep drinking Monsters so late? Probably undiagnosed ADHD. The answer is probably the fact that stimulants do not seem to have the same effect on me as they do on many other people. Anyway, here we go. Yeah, that'd do it. Yeah, there have been times where I down an entire can of Monster and just fall right asleep. And I've been told that's by my therapist that I might in fact have ADHD. But yeah. Well, Super Jet Guy, autism and ADHD are they're two peas in a pod. I shouldn't be making this gesture on stream, damn it. Alright. You always stream so late? I do. But that's because I gotta do shit in the daytime. And the evening time. Okay. Here we go. So, folks, we gotta talk about the failure of establishment Dems. And especially the failure of establishment Dems that continues to just kind of cascade like a raging river, or perhaps more accurately, a waterfall that careens us all down to our dooms on the rocks below. And one of the things we have to talk about today is that yesterday, or rather, yeah, yesterday, Axios was able to obtain a scoop, which is, in fact, details on the report commissioned by the DNC about why Democrats lost the 2024 election. Now, many of you have known, because I've mentioned it before, that effectively this report was completed and members of DNC leadership saw said report and then opted not to release it publicly. So, well, it turns out some of those details leaked, and, well, I guess we can kind of assume why they didn't want to release it. Dems working on secret report found Gaza cost Harris votes. Yeah, it's the still secret autopsy of the 2024 election, indeed. But the gist of it is that it turns out being supportive of a genocide, or at least complicit with the genocide, and not distancing yourself from your predecessor, who was vocally supportive of a genocide, it turns out people don't like that in the Democratic Party. Democrats don't, in fact, look at that and say, yeah, that's somebody we can trust. That's a good sign, right? Don't release report, and that way you don't have to change, right? That's how it works. Well, I mean, that's essentially the only conclusion that I can come to, is that they got really bad news, and they don't want to release that report because it might upset potential donors in a 2024 midterm election season. And if you don't release the report, then you don't risk losing those donors, or perhaps even worse, having those donors turn against you. And so this all in turn coalesces around a central narrative that the Democrats have been weaving for themselves, which is essentially one of the entire party needs to be on the defense. And what I mean by that is, when they look ahead at the midterms and when they look ahead at 2028, they aren't thinking of what are we advocating for. It is, how do we maintain a position where we can utilize our different leverage points in order to remain the victor while still getting the money. And the reality is, we are in a political moment where you cannot, in fact, be a coward. Which is what the Democratic establishment is, by the way. It's incredibly cowardly, incredibly risk-averse, as the saying might go. And it's frustrating to see writ large when, like, as somebody, I talk about politics all the time, every day. I get on here, I talk about politics with you guys, and it's so obvious to me that people are thirsty for, like, just anyone, folks, to fight for them, to, like, actually have the best interest of their community, and then to go out and full-throatedly defend said community. And it's just not happening enough. I mean, it is happening. You've got, like, Kat Abu Ghazaleh. You've got different candidates around the country running on these pro-people, platforms. But so many of the establishment Democrats that are already in power, or who rose to prominence off of AIPAC money, are so scared to go against AIPAC, or even worse, agree with AIPAC, right? And what's happening here is the DNC is trying to protect those candidates, protect those people who are up for re-election. And it's not going to work. Because not only are those candidates in particular risk averse when it comes to AIPAC, they're risk averse when it comes to everything. They are cowards on every issue. They are willing to throw trans people under the bus. They are willing to throw working people under the bus. They are willing to throw anybody under the bus in the name of those who give them money. And it's not hard to see why they then become some of the most reviled people in the party. We're going to be talking a little bit about Hakeem Jeffries here and his cowardice, but it's not just Hakeem Jeffries, and it's not just like minor players in the Democratic Party either. It's Democratic leadership, the most establishment Dems we got. I mean, like, God, this article that I've been meaning to talk about that the New York Times published last week, or a little over a week ago, is all about how Gavin Newsom is meeting with California business leaders, crypto executives, and business leaders, ramping up efforts this week to stop the proposed wealth tax, warning the measure would stifle innovation. And it's just like, read the fucking room. We are in a time of like political... Oh, God. We're in a time of like political destruction. Like, the old world is dying, and you are still meeting with representatives of that dying old world in order to try and cling on to whatever wealth and power it has when the new world is already rising up. You know? Like, the new world is here. Like, Donald Trump is destroying all of the layers of our society, leaving for us a blank canvas to paint a better world on. And Gavin Newsom is out here being like, well, we shouldn't tax the rich too much. No. I know it would allow us to have, universal health care in the state of California, but, we shouldn't tax the wealthy in order to make that happen. It's super frustrating. It's super frustrating. And, like, it's not hard to see which way the wind is blowing here. Here's Washington. Washington's millionaire tax group alleges 37,000 fake opposition sign-ins. Advocacy group Invest in Washington Now is accusing unknown actors of orchestrating widespread fraud in the legislator's official public comment system, alleging tens of thousands of con sign-ins opposing the millionaire's tax include multiple duplicate entries, more than 100 confirmed impersonations, including a former member of Congress and a sitting state senator. Like, what is happening right now? Like, we are seeing wealthy elites showing up and trying to fabricate a new narrative that does not exist to form a world where the wealthiest people among us don't get taxed or can effectively, like, circumvent taxes altogether. And, like, this level of greed is obscene. This level of power wielded in the political sphere is beyond unconscionable. We cannot tolerate it. And the fact that, like, it is then leading all of these politicians that are on the take from these lobbyists and these super PACs to, like, become more conservative is not forgivable. You know? And it really reminds me that all of this is leading to what seems to be Gavin Newsom's inevitable attempt to run for the presidency in 2028. And I know there's been a ton of discourse around this guy when it comes to, Hassan went on the I forget the Jennifer Welch podcast. I forget what it's called. But went on her podcast and was like, I'm not going to vote for Gavin Newsom. And, I think it's a ridiculous question to even pose. Like, oh, would you vote for Gavin Newsom? Because, like, he's not even a candidate officially. I've had it. Thank you. We're not in campaign season. People haven't even begun declaring yet. But like, at the same time, we have to reckon with the reality that Gavin Newsom is odious to a large swath of the Democratic electorate. Like a pretty big portion, you know? And let's just take a look at this interview that CNN did with Gavin Newsom. And I find it interesting because well, let me put it this way. I will confess, I watched some Hassan. Specifically, I watched some Hassan content where he sat down and talked with Adam Mockler. And I don't know if Adam Mockler is one of these influencers that the DNC has paid in order to like peddle its predominant narratives. I don't have any idea. But what I will say is that it was especially interesting to me the apparent commitment to just like the blindness of like a Gavin Newsom candidacy. Like as a trans person, watching Gavin Newsom repeatedly go out there and throw trans people under the bus is a pretty big deal, you know? And I understand California is a sanctuary state for trans people, but also by giving in to the predominant wedge issue that Republicans have been posing around trans kids in sports, by propping up people like Charlie Kirk and talking with pride in his voice about how his kids watch Charlie Kirk and how proud he is of them. And it's just like, you don't got my back, do you? When push comes to shove, you'll throw trans kids under the bus, won't you? Right? And this is one of the reasons why like I find it a particularly difficult question when it comes to like, well, would you vote for Gavin Newsom? Because he specifically is willing and messaging right now, before he even throws his hat in the ring, that he's willing to throw people like me under the bus. What? His kids watch Charlie Kirk? Yeah, no, he had, on the very first episode of Gavin Newsom's podcast, a cursed thing that actually exists, by the way, he had Charlie Kirk on. And Charlie, he talked to Charlie Kirk about how his kids watch Charlie Kirk's content. And love Charlie Kirk. It's deeply, deeply weird. And I do not trust someone who claims to be a Democrat and who embraces that type of content. But you know what? Maybe he's turned over a new leaf. Let's find out. Here's a new interview.
In your new book, Young Man in a Hurry.
Okay, we're gonna turn on some mono sound for this. We're gonna fix this sound because this is just awful to listen to. We're not gonna put up with this leftist audio over here. There we go.
You're really explicit in trying to confront the perception that you are, and I'm quoting here, a privileged prince. Because your grandfather and your father, they had a lot of activity in politics and business in San Francisco. They were especially close to the Getty family, as are you. You describe in detail the split personality, that's what you call it, of your childhood, because your parents divorced when you were young and you had that privileged existence with your dad, and then you went back home with your mom, who had to work 3 jobs to keep things afloat.
Yeah, 19 when she was pregnant with me. She had 2 kids, a father, which I discovered only through the process of researching his life and writing this book, had a breakdown. Ran for county supervisor in San Francisco, lost, ran for state senate, lost both races, was broke, and said he had a breakdown that required him just to leave. And he just took off to Lake Tahoe, Truckee area. And that was it. We saw him episodically when we were growing up. He was there every 3 or 4 weekends, maybe a week or so every summer, and came back into our lives much later. But it was my mom, hard work, grit, never complained, explained, came from no wealth, single, bedroom, and she just made ends meet, made things work, and gave me the grit and gave me a work ethic that's frankly allowed me to survive in politics this many years.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about that grit. You talk about your mom giving you that grit and your dad teaching you other things like the love of the outdoors and poetry. But it really is striking to me how distant you describe, and you're really detailed and pretty raw about how distant you felt from both of your parents, and especially your mom. You call her impenetrable to you.
Yeah, look, I mean, the title has meaning, young man in a hurry. I've been in a hurry. I've been always trying to chase something. I put a mask on and my face was growing into it. I wasn't becoming myself. It was the biggest fear my mom had of me getting into politics. She never wanted me to go into politics, which I never understood until I learned in the process of writing this. That was the reason for their divorce. She never explained that. They never talked about that. When I grew up, I lost my mom almost 20 years ago to breast cancer. And I was hustling back then. I was a small business person. I had opened a number of small businesses, restaurants and hotel, small little winery. I was.
Oh, okay. First of all, can I just like pause and be like, he's really. I was a small business person. I opened restaurants, a hotel, a little winery. That's not you aren't a small businessman if you own a hotel. You're not a small businessman if you own multiple restaurants. You're not a small business person if you own multiple restaurants and a winery. Fuck you.
County supervisor, was thinking about running for mayor. She was getting sick and sicker. And I was
just a small businessman owning a portfolio of 12 different businesses.
And she called. She left a voicemail. It's in the book. How about getting this voicemail? Literally, hi, it's your mom. Next week, I'll be taking my own life. If you want to visit me, I would encourage you to do so before next Thursday. That was literally, I still have the voicemail. I kept it. And it was a big wake-up call. And I realized how selfish and self-absorbed I was. And I started spending time with her, but it was too late. She already made the decision. The cancer metastasized.
I'm sorry. She had a week to live and you started spending time with her. That makes it sound like you had a prolonged period of time with her, not just you went and visited her twice, 3 times? Okay, all right, cool.
She was in so much pain. And I had the privilege and the burden, the worst experience, and in hindsight, the most blessed experience I've ever had, and that was being there for her when she took her last breath. My sister and I there at her assisted suicide with a brave doctor. It was against the law. And it was a brave doctor who was willing to help her and take her out of her misery, and was there for that last moment.
And you were 34, she was 55, and you wrote that there was no peace that blanketed her. She gasped and took a last breath. I kept holding onto her hand tighter and tighter and sobbing.
Yeah, I was there. She had anybody's been in this position with someone who's suffering and struggling. So we came there, and she took some pills, and she started to doze off a little bit, and she had an old binder of photographs, and she was talking. My sister and I were the two that were with her, both sides. And then she started dozing off a little more. My sister said, I can't do this anymore. She didn't want to be there for the end, and she took off. And about 10 more minutes of that, it was just my mom and I. And the doctor came in and administered the final dose, and those last breaths, I'll never forget it. And I was angry that I was there. I was angry with her. At the time, I was for years and years.
Why?
Why would you do this? Why would you? There was nothing calming about it. It was not a romantic end. She struggled, and she.
Yeah. It's not. I don't know that there is such a thing as like a romantic end whatsoever. Yeah.
She had struggled her whole life. And I'm realizing, and now I realize it, how selfish and self-absorbed, as I suggested I was, that I never had a chance to thank her. Never really had a chance to say, I love you. Thank you for all your sacrifices. But over the years and through the process, I'm telling you, what a gift to be able to write something. I started realizing, that last breath, I'm still, it's extended through me today. That hand.
When I realized my grandmother was on her way out, so to speak, I started visiting her every month, sometimes more. I walked for 2 hours. No car. I find Newsom disgusting.
Yeah, thank you for the $5 dono, but also, like, the way he is talking about this makes me deeply uncomfortable.
I'm holding is her hand. And she's, I'm an expression of her. She's still alive in me. And I've been able to come to grips with it in a deeper and different way. And it's also allowed me to recalibrate my life. And so much of this is about an honest assessment of self, just grinding, trying to be something, trying to make up for someone I felt I wasn't. I'm not smart enough. I mean, we talk about my dyslexia and my learning disabilities, how I struggled, how insecure I was, sweaty hands, and always trying to be something. And how in this process of understanding that and uncovering some of those, where those anxieties come from, it's allowed me to let a lot of things go.
You're obviously trying to explore your own life and your family's history in this, but also put out to the world what you say is the full you and not perhaps what people see. They see a slick politician who knows how to talk and, has been climbing.
That's right. We had to step one, my campaign advisors told me I had to humanize myself, show some rough edges. So they had me have this book ghost written. And, I think it shows a lot of my rough edges and, a lot of what made me who I am today. I carry my mom's last breath in this jar. I look at it. I put it next to the other jars, next to all of the other last breaths that I've collected. I'm not going to elaborate on those. And, vote for me.
And in a man in a hurry for a long time. There's a connection that you have to so much history and also key players in San Francisco and national politics, which is...
If the choice in 2028 is Newsom or Vance, I genuinely believe the better option is Vance. I am sorry for that, but also we need to make sure this man doesn't win any office.
I mean, I think that the general is going to look very different depending on how the primary goes. I'm gonna primary Gavin Newsom as hard as I can. I'm gonna primary against Gavin Newsom as hard as I can, rather. And my hope is that even if he does emerge on the other side of that primary as the #1 candidate, that the primary process will have at least pushed him towards better policies. I'm not going to hold my breath. My top tier hope is that he's not the primary candidate at all. But we'll have to see. I don't want to imagine Hell World 2, so I'm gonna I'm gonna hold off until the primary season is done to engage with that question, because frankly, the thought of that fills my stomach with multiple ulcers, prefabricated, just for such a time.
Which is interesting because, again, the book, you're trying to fill out who you are.
Yeah. I'm both and. I'm all these things, but I'm not just the caricature that Fox News paints me out to be. This book is not about victimhood. Quite the contrary. It's about agency. It's about resilience. It's about, it's about the journey that we're on. It's a human story that I think a lot of people can connect to, with divorced families, kids that are struggling, the good and bad in life, the serendipity of life, marriage, divorce. I mean, all of that.
Well, on that, I was going to ask you about that, because you do talk in great detail about issues that not that long ago were taboo.
Yeah.
And things that are not really highlights of your personal life. You talk about...
I will say that if Gavin Newsom did become president in 2028, I think it's effectively just kicking the real conflict down the road. Like, it's not going to solve any problems. It's just not going to make things worse. And may squander the opportunity to build something genuinely great. But I don't think that there's any world where, like, J.D. Vance brings us to a better country.
The affair that you had with one of your staffers, his wife. You talk about the failure of your first marriage to Kimberly Guilfoyle, who was later engaged, of course, to Donald Trump Jr.
Yeah.
You even talk about your hair.
Yeah. Well,
and about your lifelong struggle with hair gel. And so,
I don't know.
but I guess what I'm getting at here is that, you know, you
What a
are
scamp
also
with his
a
hair gel.
politician,
Yeah.
thinking about your future. You're trying to redefine
No.
and fill out, or maybe even get the narrative set in a different way than it is
No,
now.
I wish it was that intentional. I wish it was that Machiavellian of sorts. I wish I was that political about it. Well, I keep referring to this mask because I think all of us put on, you know, I think there was Oscar Wilde talked about, you know, in life we all sort of, our first thing.
Why don't trans women find happiness through family, but through the mirror? It's something to think about. I know anime, much like Christians, hate to think. What? Also, I have a family. Thanks. And we are very happy.
In life is we all have a pose. And the second thing, no one ever really figures out. I'm trying to figure out the second thing. I sort of had that pose. And now I'm just trying, you know what? Just let it go. I am who I am, imperfect as I am. Have a swing at it. You don't like it, I get it. And so it's a little, and I think it's reflected. I think you've seen it in my politics, the way I've addressed Trump and the way, you know, how I'm navigating even going overseas and how.
I love that. I'm just going to back this up a little bit here.
Have a swing at it. You don't like it, I get it. And so it's a little, and I think it's reflected. I think you've seen it in my politics, the way I've addressed Trump and the way, you know.
In my politics, in the way I've addressed Trump, that's not. Man, if just having like a pugilistic attitude towards Trump is all your politics are bringing, man, come on.
How I'm navigating even going overseas and how I'm talking in the political realm, how we did Prop 50, I'm punching back. I'm just on the other side of it now. I'm just less risk adverse. I've always taken risks. That's what I would define here. But there's a freedom now.
People who really know your story know that you are pretty severely dyslexic, but you really go into what it was like as a kid. As you said, feeling like you're dumb and like you can't get things done and understand things. And you interviewed your Aunt Cindy, your mom's sister, and she described you as a child with a disability, a scrambled brain who required a certain touch. Your parents' failure to even seek out the right professional help for you left you on an island all alone. That's kind of abuse by omission.
That's tough. God bless. She loves me, and I'm blessed. My aunt, my mom did too, but she didn't know how. I talk often in the book. She didn't have the language for something. She was a kid. She was a kid, you know, marrying. My dad was his mid-30s.
So you just struggled with.
Oh God, I'm sorry. Are you not going to reckon with the fact that your dad in his mid-30s married and had children with a teenager? Like, if she's 19 and pregnant with you, like, we can do some basic math to arrive at when that first baby came around. And oh God.
She didn't know how to deal. That's why she said it's okay to be average, because she was probably just trying to get to bed, and I was trying to figure out a book report, and I wasn't reading. I was doing Cliff Notes. I was literally copying the back of Cliff Notes and putting it on a piece of paper, and it was just, and she watched me struggle and scream, and she says, it's okay. She was basically just saying, just let it go. But at the time, I just thought, no, she's just consigning me to this sort of, sort of being stuck on stupid.
But you also say that dyslexia is kind of a superpower as a politician.
Come on. It's the greatest thing in hindsight that happened to me. It just allowed, I mean, I have the freedom of not having to be stuck on the written text. I have the freedom.
What? I gotta be honest, this is deeply weird. And to hear someone be like, it's a superpower because I just don't read. That's a problem. That's,
Of having to work harder.
Also, like, I know people who are dyslexic and they can still read.
More reps behind the scenes. I'm doing, if you think you're working hard, trust me, I'm 2 to 3x.
But it's also your EQ, being able to read.
Yeah, and you can read the room. You have an emotional intelligence. You can see that you're about problem solving, you're about iteration, you're about trial and error, your willingness to make mistakes, your willingness to seek to understand before you're understood, because you have to feel something. I do think it's a superpower. Those that discover that side of it. If you never discover it, you'll struggle.
Yeah, look, I would love for him to mention, like, the dyslexia font. Open dyslexia is, like, a godsend. It's great. You can genuinely, like, you could just have a dyslexia-friendly font that corrects a lot of the issues. Like, I am baffled by this.
For the rest of your life. But some of the most dynamic and extraordinary leaders that I know all have one thing in common: dyslexia. It's almost as if it's the sort of creative gene. This notion of a gift.
It's the creative gene? Oh boy. Stop it, man. Like, we're getting into, like, some eugenics shit now? Like, why? Completely unforced error here. Just leaning into some problematic bullshit here.
I feel that. That said, for my mom, was the curse, because her poor kid sitting there and was trying to drop out of school, faking being sick every day. Was going into community college, which luckily I got lucky with a baseball call from a few coaches and got into 4-year college. But it's it's turned out to be a blessing, and in politics, a huge blessing.
Kamala Harris. Yeah. You write about the fact that you've been friends with her for a very long time. You came up together, and you talk about your parallel careers. Yeah. She was prosecutor, California DA, and senator. You were San Francisco mayor, lieutenant governor, and governor. What happens if and when those parallel careers intersect and collide?
Well, I'm San Francisco now. She's LA, so we're
talking about
a little bit. There's a little distance between the two of us. That's fate will determine that. And I've never gotten in the way of her ambition, ever. I haven't. And I don't imagine I would in the future. But I don't.
Well, if you run against each other for president,
that's fate. I don't know.
Dana Bash, don't you take those words out of your mouth, Dana? How dare you? God, fuck me. If we have a matchup in the primary season between Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. If that is the slate presented to us, I gotta say, at this point, I know it's so early, but, like, I genuinely hope AOC is preparing to run in 2028, because if these are the folks we got, like, fuck, we need a hero. we need a goddamn hero. Oh God, why the Democratic Party, man, just full of people who are committed to it's my turn.
You can only control what you can control. I think this entire book is that fundamental lesson. And this notion of controlling what you control, taking responsibility for what you control is a big part of what I try to communicate in this book. That's the third thing. It's like how this book will be received. It's the third thing. I can't control that. I can't control whatever decisions she makes.
The Supreme Court struck down most of President Trump's tariffs this week. He's already using different authorities to impose a 15% global tariff, vowing to forge ahead even without Congress.
How else do you think this is going to turn out? The Dems aren't stupid. They're malicious. They hate us. Well, my hope is that it turns out better than that. I know my hope might be misplaced, but I'm still going to bother having it because I want to demand better of Democrats than these two clowns.
What do you do?
Well, what does anyone do? Are you gonna move your factory from overseas and onshore it with 150-day certainty on a 15% tax or tariff? I mean, the whole thing is a farce.
AOC is also the most popular Democratic elected official in the country, and one of the few people in possible position to run who is more popular than Kamala Harris in the Democratic Party at the moment. So, it's not completely outside the realm of possibility that she would run.
I talk about petulance. It was 10% 2 days ago, maybe 20% tomorrow. I mean, this is madness. He's flailing. He's a punch-drunk boxer. He's just, he's just trying to hit anything, a shadow. And he's a shadow of himself. He's lost a step or two. Under the IEEPA, we were the first state to sue. I was out there in the Central Valley talking about how this is going to impact ranchers and small businesses and farmers, the ag community, my state larger than any other state in the country. And Justice Roberts, by the way, basically our arguments were literally laid out in detail in his response. So it was always an illegal act. He needs to return that money, he needs to refund that money with interest. He can do that in a nanosecond. They can do that electronically. They can do electronically. They have the tariff codes. They have the ability. They do refunds all the time. They have the ability to do that. The problem is for families, it's been about $1,701 a year. That's a different requirement that I think he has to pay the American people back. I saw Besant out there almost gleeful. He was gleeful that no, we won't be doing it. This is Dumb and Dumber, Trump and Besant. They've wrecked this economy. 1.4% GDP growth in the last quarter. Inflation back up to 3%. The worst jobs market we've seen since 2013. 2.2% GDP for the entire year. He inherited 2.8. It's a wrecking ball presidency. He's wrecking this economy. His entire economic paradigm is mass deportations, tax cuts for billionaires, and tariffs. And he's been exposed. He's a fraud. And by the way, the tariff, this is a self-dealing operation. This is about his personal portfolio. You know exactly.
Okay, so, this is the problem with Gavin Newsom. Right now, he's cooking. But give him, I don't know, 30 more seconds, and I'm sure he'll dig himself a hole.
Exactly what he did in Vietnam with the tariffs. He used them to get a deal on his golf course to fast-track his development. Connect the dot. This is unprecedented grift happening in real time. That's reflected in what just happened with the tariff decision in the Supreme Court. It was a profound moment for this administration.
I do want to, while we're on the economy, ask about affordability. Because yes, people are struggling all across the country. California has the highest cost of living in the nation. The state's prices are 11% higher than the national average. We were actually out to dinner here in Nashville last night. We met a couple from California. Yeah. They moved out of California because they couldn't afford the rent or even to buy a home and also start a family.
Yeah, we've had hundreds of thousands of people move in California the last 2-3 years. We've seen population growth. As you know, we moved from 6th to the 4th largest economy in the world, and we dominate now in every key industry, from AI, quantum, robotics. We dominate in ag. We dominate forestry.
But people are struggling to afford things like your mom was.
And that's why we did $11 insulin, first of its kind.
Yeah, but she's asking about housing, and you're like, well, a lot of people moved here. Yeah, but if people are moving there, it's generally because they have the money to afford housing there. Number one. And number two, $11 insulin does not address housing costs, does it?
in the United States. It's why we have universal health care and the lowest uninsured rate in the country, 6.4%. It's why we just subsidize over 300,000 child care slots, more than any other state in the nation. That's why 65% of people graduate from the UC and CSU with zero debt. It's why we have the highest minimum wage for healthcare workers, $25 in the United States. For fast food workers, $20 in the minimum.
Here's an idea. Why not just have a blanket $25 minimum wage if you can do it for healthcare workers? Why not fast food workers too?
$20 minimum wage. So we're looking at it from both sides. Why we have a parents' agenda that expanded paid sick leave and extended to 8 weeks of paid family leave, all to support families, to address cost of living, and to address the affordability crisis that goes back literally.
And we're #1 in AI, so we're building AI everywhere. You're gonna have an AI data processing plant right below you. Okay, we're gonna build the homeless structures on top of the AI data centers, and they're gonna be 100% safe. I promise. No evil gases getting into those homes. No sir. Like he's gonna like do some crazy heinous shit. I can just feel it in my bones.
70 years in California for one reason. We're as dumb as we want to be on housing. We haven't been able to get out of our way. It explains more things in more ways and more days of what's wrong with our state. And finally,
you're the governor, man. You can't be bragging about all these other initiatives when people are like on the street and you're like, best idea is to put them in prison. Fuck you.
We move forward with historic housing reforms that even our worst critics, including some on the left, like my friend Ezra Klein, acknowledged were the most...
yes, Ezra Klein, scion of the left. What a true warrior for leftist ideals. Ezra built the buildings without air filtration systems next to the smog-ridden areas of town. Klein. Yeah, okay.
Progressive and perhaps most impactful.
This, by the way, is why the abundance agenda was always so fucking insidious. It allowed people like Gavin Newsom to left wash his ideas. To say, oh, yeah. Look, these housing initiatives, sure. They're really popular among my Republican donors. But, you know, Ezra Klein also really likes them with his abundance book, so it's also everyone's happy. Man.
Reforms in a generation to finally address that issue.
Last question. What are the metrics that will...
Also note that he didn't list any of the actual reforms. He was just like, housing reforms exist as ideas. Maybe.
Determine whether you run for president.
There's 5 of them. Dutch, Brooklyn, Hunter, you get the drift.
Want me to help you name the rest of your kids?
But the biggest one is Jennifer. So,
exactly.
It's gonna look. This book was dedicated to them. I wish this was a book my parents wrote.
Do they want you to run?
And it's gonna be. I don't know. It depends on the day. And my son Romy, it was very powerful. Texted me a few months ago when there was some headline that suggested that I had made some decision. And he goes, Dad, are you running president? I said, no, we'll do the decision as a family. He goes, you can't. And I said, why? He goes, I'm too young. You need to spend more time with us. I mean, how do you deal with that one? I screenshot it. I have my phone. I'd show you.
How do you deal with that one?
Exactly. I'm asking you. Come on.
I'm not running for president.
No,
it's not
that's the point, and the point is the point. And so what matters is what matters. Like what matters is what matters. And that's...
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
God.
Back to the book, your mother didn't want you to even get this far in politics.
And I think, this is what
matters.
That text, so that's why I talk about fate, but it will be done as a family, and it'll be done as a unit, and it'll be done in a partnership with these magnificent creatures. I'm just so blessed. And 2 boys, 2 girls, and people say their kids are perfect. Mine are not. They're perfectly imperfect because they're all composites of everything in the book, me, and they're all works in progress, but God, are they beautiful and loving, and they just have huge hearts, and they have the one thing that matters. And I'm sorry, to the great
They're all composites of me and what's in the book. What the fuck?
Elon Musk. It's the most powerful force on planet Earth. They have empathy. And that's a superpower. And that is because the grace of God, I married a rock star wife who gave him that, but also I'm blessed because my parents had that as well.
Governor, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Oh boy. I have no words. That was genuinely deeply
White name
depressing.
headshot BWA.
Mathatyahu, thank you for gifting a sub to Mildly Muscular MILF. Appreciated. Thank you for supporting the show. Did I miss the part where he calls his kids beautiful creatures? Yeah, like they're goddamn unicorns. But like minus the whimsy that would entail. Yeah. I do not think he's good at this. I don't think that he should run. I gotta be completely honest with you guys. Like, I don't think he would make it through the primary process. I think he's pretty cooked, you know? And I don't know if you guys remember this part in particular. Let's listen to this again.
No doubt that the Democratic Party needs to be, dare I say, more culturally normal. I believe that. Less prone to spending disproportionate amount of time on pronouns, identity, politics. More focused on tabletop issues, things that really matter, the stacking of stress in terms of electricity bills and child care costs and health care and obviously housing costs, and how easily we get trapped in that, how I've fallen prey to that. I mean, here I was, way out front on marriage equality. So I understand this from both on the receiving end of this and on the no doubt that the Democrats.
Yeah, let's just break this down real quick.
Democratic Party needs to be, dare I say, more culturally normal.
Yeah, the Democratic Party needs to chase after a nebulous concept of normalcy rather than like the idea that the Democratic Party needs to chase after cultural normalcy. No, it doesn't. What it needs to do is stand up for working class people, because working class people are who is normal in this country. Guess what? All kinds of people are working class. You got trans people working class. You got, white people working class. You got black people working class. You got Latino people working class. You got all kinds of different people working class. Gay, straight, whatever. You got working class. All right? What does it mean to be normal? It means that you are working class. You're working to put food on the table. That's what it means. And I think that there is like a divorcing of this concept to mean a subset of cis, straight, white, heteronormativity, that's normal. And him saying like that, well, the Democratic Party needs to get back to that. That seems like the complete opposite of what the Democratic Party should be doing. The Democratic Party should be embracing working class people of all colors, stripes, and creeds.
I believe that. Less prone to spending disproportionate amount of time on pronouns, identity, politics.
I will say, I hear Gavin Newsom talking about pronouns and identity politics more than any other person in the Democratic Party. I'm sorry, like, trans people just want to be left alone. Gay people just want to be left alone. Like, we just want to have the same rights as everyone else. We just want to be able to, like, go to work, go home, snuggle our significant others, and do it all over again. And then on the weekends, maybe shake our booties a little bit. Like, that's it. That's life. That's what it should be. And like, he's out there being like, well, I think we need to be more culturally normal and stop spending time on all these pronouns. The people spending time on the pronouns are bitches like you. Like, it's genuinely, like, when Gavin Newsom's like, oh, we need to stop all this pronouns talk, who are all of the Republicans introducing bills about trans people? Is it like I don't know, there's something like, what, 5,000 different bills introduced over the last year about trans people? And like, all of them were introduced by Republicans? The people who will not shut up about pronouns are the people who literally scream about pronouns every fucking time it comes up.
Fucking pronouns!
In some cases, literally.
Fucking pronouns!
It's ridiculous. This man is a donkey. Like, just a straight up donkey.
More focused on tabletop issues, things that really matter, the stacking of stress in terms of.
Yeah, we need to focus on the tabletop issues, i.e., whether or not we revert back to 3.5 rules, or maybe 4.0. You know, maybe we'll take some of the rules from 4.0, bring them to 5e. Maybe we'll do some D&D next. Who knows? You know, some old school tabletop. You know, we'll take it second-y. You know, like, what are we doing here? Clerics 2 OP, yeah. Rogue backstab OP. Like, come on, man. You can't even remember kitchen table?
Electricity bills and childcare costs and health care and obviously housing costs, and how easily we get trapped in that. How I've fallen prey to that.
Look, also, there is genuinely no thing that Democratic politicians have to say about trans issues outside of trans people deserve equal rights. Full stop. End of discussion. Moving on. You don't have to make it a whole thing. Like, all you gotta do is get in front of people and say with your whole chest, trans rights are human rights, and then act accordingly. Act like you believe that. You, like, my God.
711 bills across 41 states so far this year. Last year was 1,022 bills across 49 states. The year before, 701. The year before that, 615. Before that, 174.
Yeah, like, it's ridiculous. The attack on trans rights. There was literally a bill that passed in Kansas, and the Kansas state legislature overruled a veto from the governor. They just put into law in Kansas. It's in law now that private citizens can effectively become bounty hunters for anyone that they think might be a trans person using a bathroom in the state. And it doesn't matter if it's public, it doesn't matter if it's private. They are allowed to sue you civilly if they think you are trans and using the wrong bathroom for thousands and thousands of dollars. And like, that's on the books right now. Right? And Gavin Newsom's like, oh, we're spending too much time talking about pronouns. It's not about the fucking pronouns.
Fucking pronouns!
It's about the fact that, like, trans people should have the freedom to, like, travel in every state of the country without worrying about goddamn private bounty hunters trying to track us down if we need to take a shit. Like, I'm sorry, but like, Gavin Newsom makes it sound like people are like, well, you're going to jail if you use the wrong pronouns. That has never been the case in any state in this country. But this is the exact problem with Gavin Newsom. He plays into the Republican framing all the time. And it's a problem. Because the Republican framing is based on bullshit that was invented specifically to trip up Democrats like Gavin Newsom.
I mean, here I was, way out front on marriage equality. So I understand.
Way out front on marriage equality, but way streets behind when it comes to trans issues. God. Like, again, if you think that you need to focus on affordability, that's fine. Because guess what? Trans people also benefit from affordability. Trans people also benefit from healthcare. If you bother to explicitly include protections for trans people when it comes to matters of healthcare, which many Democrats, like Gavin Newsom, are not. So this isn't just like a fucking pronouns issue.
Fucking pronouns!
This is an issue about whether or not trans people get the healthcare that they need. It's an issue about whether trans people can get the housing that they need. It's an issue about whether or not trans people can exist
normalcy
in your fucking
really
state.
Feels like it's giving cultural Bolshevism vibes. The mention of jeans didn't help either. At Riverboat Jack.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, Gavin Newsom is like a conservative wearing a Democrat suit. It's deeply unnerving, and I dislike it immensely. Like, it's a real fucking choice to say, well, I'm gonna stand up for gay people, but not trans people. Yeah, they're turning the federal prison system in the United States into detransition camps. It's terrifying. And the fact that someone who presumably might be a front-runner candidate for president of the United States doesn't think that people like me are worth fighting for, it's a real fucking problem for me. I gotta be honest. God.
Understand this from both on the receiving end of this and on the no doubt.
Also, his body language is just really fucking weird. Can we just like take a look at that for a minute? Look at him move. Like it's unnerving, you know? All right. However, I do want to say, thankfully, Gavin Newsom isn't the only Democrat who's out there doing the good work. You know? Gavin Newsom isn't the only guy in the Democratic Party. I just want to throw out there that there are people, leaders on the ground, who are doing incredible things day after day. Here's Jason Chavez, a Minneapolis city councilman, coming out there and doing the good work on ice cold days here in Minnesota in order to oppose ICE and police brutality. Okay?
Jack is a girl worth fighting for, but then again, so are all trans people.
True, Nathan. Hell yeah. Thank you for the $5 dono.
So, since I've been on the ground, I've been able to see a few things that doesn't sit right with me. Whether it was on 29th and Pillsbury, I saw Hennepin County Sheriffs at the direction of Hennepin County Sheriff Duana Witts do crowd control for ICE that led to the deportation and the kidnapping of 2 of our Latino neighbors. I don't believe that local law enforcement has a role to play in facilitating the kidnapping of our immigrant neighbors. And I don't think that ICE, no local law enforcement should be pepper spraying, throwing gas bombs, or doing crowd control to our neighbors. Because if we as residents of the city don't like it when ICE pepper sprays or throws gas bombs to our neighbors, why should we support local law enforcement doing those same tactics? It's the same thing. Because one is targeting our immigrant neighbors and the other one disproportionately targets our Black and Native residents, and none of it will ever be acceptable to any of us. So, I'm talking about this because whether ICE leaves or not, accountability needs to be addressed. When we say we want ICE out of here, we mean that. But we also say we should not be collaborating with them. And creating pathways to kidnap our neighbors is collaboration. Doing crowd control for ICE is collaboration. Defending the Whipple building instead of immigrant neighbors from ICE is collaboration. So when we say ICE get out of here, we're also saying no collaboration with ICE, period. So thank you to everyone that, so since I've been
like, also just shout out to Taylor Dolan, who's been doing some amazing local reporting here in the Twin Cities area, for being there and recording that video. There's a lot of low-level Democratic political folks in your local area who are also every day going out there and doing good work to keep you and your communities safe. And it's our job to raise those people up so that there are no more Gavin Newsom. Okay? That there are no more of these hollow-suited, you know, Republican light demons running in the Democratic Party. We need more Jason Chavez's. We need more, you know, AOCs. We need more left-leaning Democrats. We need to stamp out and take over the Democratic Party so that it can be a vehicle for these people who are actually helping us. These people who are not willing to throw any of us under the bus. Because it's not a question of, oh, do we save... It's not a trolley problem where it's like, oh, do we save this group of people or this group of people? And it's like, well, you know, we got to pull the lever so that the trolley runs over the trans people so we can save everyone else. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't have to, at any rate. But all of these moderate Dems who are trying to look at trans people as if we're a bargaining chip to throw under the bus, it makes me so fucking mad. Because that's a political choice you don't have to make. And far too few are making that realization. Also, just want to say, if you want to get someone elected who will actually fight for you, I will say Chris Kluwe, a former NFL kicker for the Minnesota Vikings, actually, is running for state assembly for the Democratic Party in California. If you want a good California politician on the state level, this is an excellent place to start here, folks. This guy actually gives a damn, and he's not going to throw trans people under the bus. All right? Chris Kluwe does rule. I've literally played a prototype board game with him one time. So he's cool? Yeah, he's cool. Also, he's a great follow on social media. Dude has literally shown up and fought Nazis at, like, local political events. He's cool as fuck.
We can't let GNWin connect and network with local food pantries, mutual aid groups, unions and co-ops to ensure everyone is supported. Join local protests and strikes. Go to meetings for DSA, Dems.
Hell yeah, Cliff. Thank you for the $5 dono. Because, folks, the victory of more progressive people in your city, in your town, in your state, it is reliant on all of us standing up and going to those meetings and being progressive voices in those rooms and pushing for farther left policies than what these corporate Dems might otherwise go for. We need to be the guy, you know? We need to be the guy in the room, being loud. We need to, you know the meme? Guy standing meme? All right? We all need to be this guy, okay? Just, well, I think we should support local workers. I think we should have a higher minimum wage. I think we should have universal health care. I think we should have better policies regarding campaign finance reform. You know, like, you gotta be that person in the room standing up and being like, hey, I think it's actually really important that we move farther left on this issue. And then you gotta get enough people in the room to agree with you. And if there aren't enough people present in that room to agree with you, you gotta bring more people in with you. Okay? We need, as I've said many times before, a full-on takeover of the Democratic Party, and that starts on the local level. It started on the local level when Republicans started taking aim at local school boards and getting like the Moms for Liberty crowd like on local school boards. And then it expanded from there. They built a movement from the ground up in that way by getting just unhinged like MAGA wine moms onto school boards with disastrous results for everyone involved. And we need to do the same thing, but with good results for local Democrats. And we need to build up a movement of progressive badasses. Okay? Because ultimately, what it boils down to is we need to build up a political movement that is organized and capable of fighting and going toe-to-toe with these goddamn billionaires that are trying to poison us with these AI data centers that are designed purely to siphon money out of all of us. And venture capital. Okay? We need to beat these bastards. So we need to get organized. So go join your local Dems, join your local DSA. All right? If you need help doing either of those things, reach out to Gamergy. If for your local DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for your local Dems. If you need help doing that, join our Discord, reach out through there, or if you don't have Discord, reach out directly. Dragonfly is often active in the riverboat.gg chat, and Gamergy is a mod across our channels. So reach out to either of those two for help. And also, folks, I will say, don't lose hope. Don't be crushed by Gavin Newsom. Look at him. He's pathetic. He's out there bragging about how he has like very few tools in his toolbox to like actually fight somebody who's competent in any capacity in politics. So we need to get our shit together. All right. So hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know what you think down in the comments. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. It is gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It fits everybody, and it's super comfortable for everyone, and it's super feminine, attractive, elegant, well-made. Check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo, and let's keep on going. Oof. Chat, give me one reason that anyone should ever need to be a billionaire. There's none! Guys, gals, non-binary pals, let's go! How did he fight Nazis? Huntington Beach. How did he fight Nazis? Here you go.
NFL player is out of a job following his arrest at a Huntington Beach City Council meeting.
I will now engage in the time-honored American tradition of peaceful civil disobedience.
Get the heck. Get out.
Chris Cluey says Edison High School has fired him from his job as a freshman football coach. Cluey told the Orange County Register that the school said there was too much attention on him and that they had to let him go. This all comes after his arrest last week for protesting a MAGA plaque that's being installed in a Huntington Beach library. No comment from Edison High about his firing.
Yeah, so that's him getting arrested. Oh God, what is Yeah, here we go. Is it this one? Maybe this is his full speech.
Hi, my name's Chris Cluey, 15-year HB resident. I'm here to speak out against both the plaque and the current city council. As the community made clear at the Library Commission meeting last Tuesday, everyone is in favor of a plaque to celebrate the library, but the vast majority are against including a MAGA acrostic. Okay? Unfortunately, it's clear that this council does not listen, so instead I'm going to take my time to say what MAGA has stood for these past 3 weeks. MAGA stands for trying to erase trans people from existence. MAGA stands for resegregation and racism. MAGA stands for censorship and book bans. MAGA stands for firing air traffic controllers while planes are crashing. MAGA stands for firing the people overseeing our nuclear arsenal. MAGA stands for firing military veterans and those serving them at the VA, including canceling research on veteran suicide. MAGA stands for cutting funds to education, including for disabled children. MAGA is profoundly corrupt, unmistakably anti-democracy, and most importantly, MAGA is explicitly a Nazi movement. You may have replaced a swastika with a red hat, but that is what it is. I will now engage in the time-honored American tradition of peaceful civil disobedience.
Get the heck. Get out.
I'm sorry. This fucking guy zooming to get that guy peacefully laying down while 3 other cops are already on top of him. I gotta get in there. This is what I live for. If I get this collar, maybe my wife will love me again. Anyway, Chris Cluey's a real one. Naruto ran towards Chris, yeah. Anyway, Chris Cluey's a real one. He's really cool. If you're in Southern California and you want to support like a really cool ass Democrat for state assembly, I would very much recommend you guys volunteer for him. Okay? He's doing great work. And he is genuinely cool as shit. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. What is this?
Yugi! What are you doing?
I've got to get in there so I can stop this train!
Where are you going? Without a driver, this train is out of control. I gotta get in there. There could be a hatch on top. Let's climb this ladder. I gotta get up there. Just promise you won't look at my butt. I gotta get in there. I said don't.
I do love me some Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. This is the type of shit that made you guys lose. What, being dope as shit and badass in a way that got you, like, arrested? Wait, just out of curiosity, what really helped galvanize the civil rights movement? Why did he say at the beginning of that the time-honored tradition of non-violent civil disobedience? I wonder. I wonder if someone's just historically illiterate. Woo! All right. Let me see. I need to update our sub count tally. We're at 45. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think we're on 9. Okay. We are officially... Missed my point as usual. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't speak cunt. You'll have to try again. All right. Folks, we're at 54 out of 500. We are over 10% of the way through. You speak dumbass, though? No, I'm sorry. That's a language I'm not fluent in. Maybe you could educate me on it sometime. Let's see here. So we're getting close. We're getting close, folks. How y'all doing? I'm doing pretty good. We're making progress. Do this? No, we didn't. Save that for tomorrow. Cool. What was the award for 500? You will learn when we hit 250. Let's see. Sing a song, Eric McKetton, I'd be delighted. Let's see. Hmm. I think I know which one. All right. A fitting song for the moment. I often take these night shift walks when the foreman's not around. I turn my back on the cooling stacks and make for open ground. Far out beyond the tank farm fence where the gas flares make no sound. I forget the stink and I always think back to that eastern town. I remember back 6 years ago, this western life I chose. And every day the news would say some factory's going to close. Well, I could have stayed to take the dole, but I'm not one of those. I take nothing free, and that makes me an idiot, I suppose. So I bid farewell to the eastern town I never more will see. But work I must, so I eat this dust and breathe refinery. Oh, I miss the green in the woods and streams, and I don't like cowboy clothes. But I like being free, and that makes me an idiot, I suppose. So come all you fine young fellows who've been beaten to the ground. This western life's no paradise, but it's better than lying down. Oh, the streets aren't clean and there's nothing green, and the hills are dirty brown. But the government dole will rot your soul back there in your hometown. So I bid farewell to the eastern town I never more will see. There's self-respect and a steady check in this refinery. Oh, you'll miss the green in the woods and streams, and the dust will fill your nose. But you'll be free, and that makes me an idiot, I suppose. These are the words I tell myself when I miss my old hometown. I tell myself that I'm doing right by turning that welfare down. But now I see for you and me that I want those woods and streams, for I owe my life to this workers' strife. Why can't I just be free? There you go. Not my best rendition, but you know, it'll do. It'll do in a pinch. God. That was a nice song. I like it. I like Seth Staten Watkins' version of it quite a bit. Nathan, thank you
was
very
beautiful.
much. Thank you for the $10 dono. Very much appreciated. Thank you for the serenade. Seth Staten Watkins is a goat. So great. I appreciate it. I felt like I was not on the ball with that one. I need more practice on it, but thank you. I appreciate the compliments. I got the rhythm off a few times, but you know, it's fine. Fine. What song is that? It's called The Idiot. It's pretty famous like folk song adapted by Seth Staten Watkins to have an additional verse at the end, which I quite like. Aw, mildly muscular MILF, I appreciate that. That makes me an idiot, I suppose. I'm sorry, Nathan. I'm sorry. I can't help that another Nathan is donating. I can't help that.
Your channel introduced me to him and Cantario. Thank you.
I'm sorry, is it supposed to be pronounced Terrio? Oh god. I have been very much saying his name wrong if that is the case. Terrio just sounds more correct, so maybe I have just been very incorrect. Star Pilot, thank you for the $10 super chat. Very much appreciated. Oh, Nathan, it's just because we got multiple Nathans and shit. The Nathans have to duel to the death now that there's been an objection. It's the rules. There can only be one. Boy Meets Minnie, hello! Welcome, Dalroomba. Welcome, Raiders. Folks, go check out Dalroomba. There can only be one. Eric McCatton, thanks for always tuning in. I know it's hard because Twitch keeps unfollowing you for some reason. Hello, Archangel. Oof. Well, folks, we have been going for almost 5 hours, believe it or not. So just throwing it out there, if you've been enjoying the show or getting anything out of it today, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and consider financially supporting the stream if you are at all able, because you guys make this show possible. And here's a little song to let you know what to do. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn Hey, AC. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Hope you have a great night as well. As the kids say, I'm nomming on some Ohio Rizza. Does that mean you're eating bad pizza? Was a joy to watch your live. Thank you. I do it every weekday, just about. Unless I'm burnt out. Which happens a bit more during Trump, too, than it did during Biden. Thanks for keeping me company during my night shift at the gas station. Hey, I hope it's going well. No problem at all. All right. God, there are so many stories I want to get to. Okay. Okay, I've got two different segments on the docket. I'm not sure which one to go with. Are there any cult anime we can watch as a palate cleanser? Not at the moment. No. I mean, I think there's like 2 left that we can watch, but we're not going to do that right now. Help with your song, it's stuck in my head now, is good stuff. Cutely hits not interested on the State of the Union address. I mean, we are going to be covering that tomorrow, but you know, it'll be later than it's airing live. So the 2 options we have, I would like very much to go over Hakeem Jeffries on the Joy Reid show. Just getting absolutely wrecked by abolishing ICE questions. And the alternative is the ICE whistleblower, which would probably take up every moment we have left for the stream. So I guess I'm leaving it up to you guys. What do you guys want to do today? Oh, Comey Can't Communicate is very cute. You had not heard about the whistleblower? Okay, then I guess we have to... We'll get to Hakeem Jeffries on a new day, but the ICE whistleblower is probably pretty important. So, all right. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Reloading these. How is the audio?
I want to.
Oh, the audio is actually pretty good.
It extends beyond the.
All right, cool. Awesome. All right. We can get to the corn cobbing of Jeffries tomorrow. If you want, I you know, the State of the Union is going to be brain rot content. I thought pairing that with some rewards like Holy Mac, maybe Galactic Milky Subway, stuff like that. I think that might be a fun combo. Just have a bit of a chill fun night. Maybe we'll throw in some what if alt hissed brain rot at the end. I'm sorry, Uncle Gumbald. I thought they'd have a synergy, perverse synergy. Too many Nathans, the herd must be thinned. Hey, Mr. Gribble Pibble. All right. Okay, here we go. So, folks, we gotta talk about ICE. Specifically, we have to talk about ICE because there is, well, there's a whistleblower who has emerged. I believe this is the same whistleblower who revealed that there was a memo that was being kept as a visual only, like you were only allowed to look at the memo and read it while supervised. You weren't allowed to like take out your phone, you weren't allowed to have it or leave the room with it. You could only look at it. And the responding the kind of the responses around that, like how that affected ICE internally. And what is important about this is that this whistleblower is coming forward to basically say orders from the top all the way down are to ignore the Constitution of the United States. Which, again, if this is true, and I do believe it is true, but if this is true, and I, for one, am thankful that it's being entered into the record at a congressional hearing so that it can be followed up on in future administrations, everyone responsible for this should go to prison. Everyone responsible for this should go to prison. Wait, a document saying what? You never said? A document saying that ICE should violate the Fourth Amendment as a matter of policy. Essentially saying that ICE does not need judicial warrants in order to break into people's homes and seize suspects, and instead that they can just get an administrative warrant that they essentially give to themselves as ICE and break into people's homes. It is a direct violation of the Fourth Amendment. And this whistleblower is the reason that we know about this. Yeah, this guy now is testifying in front of Congress, or testified in front of Congress, rather, earlier today. And we're going to take a look at it. All right? It is a 2-hour-long testimony. We're not going to be watching the full 2 hours, though I will link that right here if any of you are inclined to watch it in full. Might be interesting. But we are going to look at what he has to say. All right? There's a lot of lead up, a lot of questions. Here we go. We're going to start with the first one.
Mine was the date my husband checked in with ICE. He had another appointment.
Sorry, 1 second. Yeah.
At on January 26th. This all happened on my oldest son's birthday.
He was not the testimony from this person is not just he wasn't the only one in front of Congress.
My name is Tiana Gibson Brown, and today I stand before you not just to speak, but to bear witness. I am here to share a deeply personal and painful experience, how me and my family's Fourth Amendment were violated. Most days,
the Fourth Amendment applies to everyone inside the United States.
When I get off of my night shifts, the mornings have a usual routine for me. I know what to expect, and I expected the same routine of my morning on January 11th.
I don't know what that means, Double Doll. I'm sorry.
I got off of work around 7:30 a.m., got home, and went to sleep at around 8:30. Except on this day, I was woken up to my husband, Garrison William Gibson Brown, at around 9:30 a.m., telling me that ICE was outside of our home, banging at the door. The second I woke up, I could tell how terrified my husband was. This fear intensified when the constant banging at the door woke our 9-year-old daughter, Miss Anna, up. And from there, the fear only intensified. Garrison went to the door and asked the officers through the closed door about why they were at our home.
Mildly muscular MILF. In my previous coverage of this topic, I believe that such directives from the federal government and from federal government officials is tantamount to a betrayal of the very ideals of the Republic. It is, if you are advocating openly and directly for violating the Constitution in the way that it is being violated by ICE, people need to be held accountable for that criminally. It cannot just be like, oh, the government will pay a fine and everyone else, like, they're just doing their jobs. Like, it can't be that.
With this, he asked them if they had a warrant. The officers at the door told Garrison that they did have a warrant, and it was signed by a judge. When Garrison asked to see the warrant, the officer simply ignored.
Oh yeah, AC, look up Happy Science anime if you want to know what we're talking about.
Ignored his request. Although my husband and I may not be experts in the legality of some situations, we are aware of the fundamentals and understood how the Fourth Amendment shielded us from arbitrary government searches and seizures. Given this, my husband repeatedly requested to see the warrant. The circumstances outside of our home only intensified. We knew our rights, though. We knew no one could just barge into our homes without a warrant because this space was ours. The officers started surrounding our property. Our neighbors and other...
I'm sure a strongly worded letter requiring body cameras will fix this.
Oh, surely. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Thank you so goddamn much.
Protesters started gathering around, demanding that the officers leave. There was patent fear that filled our home. Although me and Garrison tried to calm ourselves down, knowing that no matter what, our constitutional rights could not be breached by authorities that claim to be law-enforcing bodies themselves. In no time, the scene only became more violent. Officers from the truck started shooting pepper spray at the protesters. Amid all of this, but 10 officers approached my front door. They looked like SWAT agents, holding each other's shoulders like a barricade. One of them grabbed a protester that was in the front of my yard. From the front of
our current immigration laws are a template of the Obama administration. I would argue they're a template of the Bush administration, but either way, one of the biggest colossal failures of the Obama administration was allowing these to remain on the books, and also a similar failure in the Biden administration. Such a strong desire to look tough on immigration, and all it wrought was human misery.
His neck and the back of his head and slung him in the icy ground. The officers walked up to my door and started ramming the door. They hit the door 3 times until the door popped open. My stomach fell. I heard the door pop and I realized we were no longer protected. Far away from ever experiencing anything like this, we've never known anything of the sort. The officers stood at the door and they were pointing their guns at us. 10 officers that were all armed were standing in front of me and my family. Words can never be sufficient for me to portray what sorts of horror we felt in this moment. I stood between the officers and Garrison, and I asked the officers yet again to show me the warrant. Despite all of this, they did not show me anything. My daughter and my little cousin, both children.
Yeah, of course, they didn't have a warrant to break down their door. Like, it's just blatantly violating the goddamn Constitution.
Were rushed in the room by my sister and were told to hide in the closet. The fear in my daughter's eyes is something you can't imagine.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Schwank.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Blumenthal, Representative Garcia, members of the committee. My name is Ryan Schwank. I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution when I joined ICE on August 1st, 2021, as an Assistant Chief Counsel. I followed that oath for 4.5 years, working side by side with ICE officers. And I followed it when I resigned on February 13th, 2026, a little over a week ago, so that I could speak to you today. I am here because I am duty-bound to report the legally required training program at the ICE Academy is deficient, defective, and broken. 5 months ago, I was asked to teach the law to new cadets at the ICE Academy in Glencoe, Georgia, where ICE is training its new, inexperienced recruits. I volunteered, those without law enforcement training, I volunteered to take on this assignment based on my experience in law enforcement oversight, including at the state and local level prior to my work with ICE. On my first day, I received secretive orders to teach new cadets to violate the Constitution by entering homes without a judicial warrant.
Like, this guy was an instructor for ICE agents. And he quit his job and put himself at great personal risk in order to testify publicly that there is a directive coming down from the very top of our government telling agents who are sent out into the world armed with guns and masks and the full force of law behind them to violate the Constitution. And conservatives just don't seem to care, which, you know, you're gonna care when these guys start rolling up to your houses. And if you don't think it's gonna happen, I can tell you, living in Minnesota, it's happening to rural conservatives right now, and they do not care for it here in Minnesota. You might think, oh, well, I live out in the middle of nowhere, I'll be fine. They love the middle of nowhere because no one's gonna show up to keep you fucking safe. They love it. It's why they moved out of Minneapolis. They're still here in Minnesota. They're just trolling around the rural roads and communities looking for people they can pick up and pick out. And if you think being white is gonna save you, if you think being you know, a US citizen is gonna save you, they don't give a shit about your documentation. They don't give a shit if you're white. They are taking any goddamn person because guess what? They got quotas to meet, and if they make those quotas, they get a bonus. All right? They're fucking hunting you for sport, and you're too stupid to realize it if you're a conservative.
For the last 5 months, I watched ICE dismantle the training program, cutting 240 hours of vital classes from a 584-hour program. Classes that teach the Constitution, our legal system, firearms training, the use of force, lawful arrests, proper detention, and the limits of officers' authority. For example, they ceased all of the legal instructions regarding use of force.
No, it's not because of the blatant disrespect. I'm sorry. I see, Anthony Alonso, I see you making arguments in chat. They're just wrong. You're like, why do they have to violate the Constitution? It's because of past lawlessness. Yeah, that's right. That's why we got to violate the Constitution. That's how you feel about the governing document of the United States. You don't give a shit about the United States, and you don't give a shit about rule of law. Fuck you. Fucking traitor to the Republic. Gotta be ashamed of yourself. See how you feel about that when ICE rolls up on you one day. Because they will. I can tell you, they will.
Means that cadets are not
20 million people came into our country illegally. They need to go back. Americans are suffering. Bitch, if you think Americans are suffering because some guys down at Home Depot are willing to build you, like, a new floor in your house, like, you got deeper problems. You're taken for a ride by goddamn billionaires who are vying to be the world's first trillionaire. Like, shut the fuck up, get your head out of your ass, and look around at the world. My God. My God. Are you kidding me? You think the guy working for less than minimum wage without any healthcare options other than the emergency room, you think they're taking you for a ride? And not the people with all the goddamn money? That's fucking silly, man. Yeah, those 20 million people aren't taking government benefits. They all pay taxes on that money. You stupid bitch. They're paying more into the system than they get out of it because they're not citizens. But you know who's taking hundreds of billions of your dollars? Your tax dollars? Fucking Jeff Bezos. Fucking Elon Musk. Like, goddamn, you stupid assholes. You guys would, like, give up, like, 50% of your paycheck in taxes if you thought it was gonna get you, like, a toll bridge that you owned and the government just never delivered on it. You'd think it's the best fucking idea in the universe. You guys get taken for a ride by, like, the stupidest assholes on the planet. And you're like, well, I can't do anything about that. Your government's supposed to do something about that, you stupid asshole. And instead of asking your government to do something about billionaires, you're sitting there being like, well, I gotta target Jose down at the Home Depot. He's the one really screwing me over. You fucking stupid bitch. God. You know, I gotta make sure my tax dollars go to the orphan grinding company. Because you know what? The orphan grinding company, they're not screwing me over. It's the goddamn orphans who are screwing me over. Like, you stupid assholes. Fuck.
Taught what it means to be objectively reasonable, the very standard which the law requires them to meet when deciding whether or not to use deadly force. Our jobs as instructors are to teach them so well that they can make split-second decisions.
Why does it have to be a Jose? It doesn't have to be a Jose, but I understand exactly who the fuck you think needs to be taken up by ICE, all right? When I read stories day after day in my community of people being picked up, and most of them are Latino, and a handful of them are indigenous, and some of them are white, and my neighbors are getting shot in the fucking face, and then you're like, well, you know, we gotta make sure all the lawlessness of the past administration is in order. Like, fuck you. Fuck you. Alright? Get your thumb out of your ass and, like, do something useful with your time. Like, my neighbors are getting shot in the fucking face, and you're out here being like, MAGA's strongest warrior, fixated on, like, Joe Biden failing by deporting a lot of people and not being deporting enough. Like, come on. Goddamn donkey-brained losers, the lot of you. It's so frustrating. Like, you can be shown evidence directly of violations to the Constitution, and you're just like, yes, I love it when the Constitution is violated. Fuck yeah, let's bring on some anarchy. Let's go. I want the goddamn, like, Immortan Joe future we deserve. Like, goddamn, you guys are stupid assholes. Because all of you are under the delusion that in some kind of societal breakdown, you'd be fine. And not a single goddamn one of you would be okay. How do they pay taxes without a social security number? Because there are ways to pay taxes without using a social security number. You stupid bitch. Have you heard of sales tax? Have you heard of taxes being withheld from your goddamn paycheck? God, you guys are stupid. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
About what they can and cannot do in life or death situations. Yet, in the name of churning out an endless stream of officers, DHS leadership has dismantled the academic and practical tests that we need to know if cadets can safely and lawfully perform their job. All to satisfy an administration demanding they train thousands of new officers before the end of the year. DHS told the public that new cadets receive all the training they need to perform their duties, that no critical material or standards have been cut. This is a lie. ICE made the program shorter, and they removed so many essential parts.
They would burn the Declaration of Independence if it meant brown people suffer more. In fact, they basically already are seeing as how they've abandoned independent thought.
Also, just as an FYI, in case anyone is curious, if you Google how do undocumented immigrants pay federal taxes, guess what? You find an article titled How Do Undocumented Immigrants Pay Federal Taxes? And wow, would you look at that? It's an entire explainer on exactly how and why someone who is undocumented would pay federal taxes. And in fact, how they are required to do it. I gotta say, every single fucking thing you guys say is stupid as shit and could be answered with indulging a microsecond of your internalized curiosity. But rather than doing that, you simply go, it's the immigrants. They're scamming me out of the system. And it's just like, man, it's not difficult to see who's robbing you blind. All right? If somebody robs a bank, you look for the people with the comically large sacks of money, right? If somebody's robbing a country, you look for the people with the comically large sacks of money sitting in their bank accounts. And guess what? We have billionaires sitting right there. God, these stupid sacks of shit from the MAGA movement. So goddamn stupid. Just have a moment of curiosity, I fucking beg you.
That what remains is a dangerous husk. No reasonable person would believe a training program.
I mean, I hope to God that some MAGA folk would go to their local Leering Center. You guys would genuinely learn more than what you currently have in your pea brains. You guys fucking make fun of like a typo on a building when you guys make typos every goddamn time you write anything, ever. Can't even fucking type with autocorrect on your phones. Stupid, ignorant assholes.
Suddenly cut nearly in half could meet the minimum legal requirements. These aren't abstract rules. They're required in regulations such as 8 CFR 287G1. Congress requires immigration officers to meet minimum standards for a reason. ICE cannot lawfully perform their duties, make arrests, carry...
You're going to hell? I'll fucking see you there, bitch.
...weapons, and use force without passing appropriate training. New cadets are graduating from the academy despite widespread concerns among training staff that even in the final days of training, the cadets cannot demonstrate a solid grasp of the...
I really wish we could listen to more of this guy, so I'm going to stop responding to the dipshits in chat. But also, you can call me Jess has an excellent comment. Chat, it's impossible to have a debate of the minds with someone who's completely unarmed. It's true. I need to stop indulging the unarmed in mental combat.
Tactics or the law required to perform their jobs. Without reform, ICE will graduate thousands of new officers who do not know their constitutional duty, do not know the limits of their authority, and who do not have the training to recognize an unlawful order. That should scare everyone. DHS assures the public these cadets can get the job training on compensate for anything missing at the academy. This is a lie. Many graduates go to their home office just long enough to get their gun, their badge, and their body armor before deploying to places like Minneapolis and other ICE operations with minimal supervision. It's shocking that anyone would think this is safe or responsible. And this pattern of lies is not isolated. It extends beyond the training program to include deceiving Congress and the public about the rules followed by ICE officers once they graduate. On my first day at the academy, I was instructed to read and return a memo in my supervisor's presence, which claimed ICE officers could enter homes without a judicial warrant. The acting ICE director authorized the very conduct that DHS, in its own 2025 legal training materials, had called the chief evil against which the wording of the Fourth Amendment is directed. That
it is very telling, the fact that that ICE has gotten so bad that the thing they called the chief evil, that the chief risk, is now a matter of policy.
That is physical entry of the home without consent or a proper warrant. Never in my career had I ever received such a blatantly unlawful order, nor one conveyed in such a troubling manner. Incredibly, I was being shown this memo in secret by my supervisor, who made sure that I understood that disobedience could cost me my job. ICE is teaching cadets to violate the Constitution, and they were attempting to cloak it in secrecy by demanding that I lie about it. I am here to convey to the public the danger that is being created at the ICE Academy. I know from my conversations with many facility members, many of the faculty, that I am not alone in my fear. Law enforcement is a deadly serious business. It is not a place for shortcuts. Deficient training can and will get people killed. It can and will lead to unlawful arrests, violations of constitutional rights, and a fundamental loss of public trust in law enforcement. ICE is lying to Congress.
Reminds me of when I heard Google used to have "don't be evil" as part of their internal policy. Not anymore, though.
Yeah. Except that in this case, it's like if Google had guns and was sending masked agents into our neighborhoods. It's a bit worse, but like similar concept there. Yeah. Thank you for the $5 dono.
Congress and the American people about the steps it is taking to ensure its 12,000 new officers faithfully uphold.
How recent is this? This is from today.
The Constitution and can perform their jobs. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today and happy to answer any questions you have now or in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Schwank.
Oof, his eyes are so red. But like, yeah, I'm sorry. As a matter of course, new ICE agents are just being brought in, handed a gun, handed a badge, handed body armor, and sent out into the field and like expected to... What? Like, if you just handed a random guy on the street a gun and some body armor and a badge, what would they do with that? You know? It's genuinely setting us up for unspeakable numbers of tragedies to put these people on the street. The entirety of DHS needs to be abolished. The entirety of ICE needs to be abolished, and CBP. There is no reforming this. There is no retraining these people. It is simply, this must be ended. And we need to we need to like go back to INS, but even INS had its issues. We need to build something better than the INS.
Mr. Brunel.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal, Representative Garcia, and the members of the committee, both for your leadership on immigration issues and for giving me an opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Steve Bunnell. I was the General Counsel of the Homeland Security Department from 2013 until 2017. I previously had served 17 years as a career federal prosecutor, including several years as the chief of the criminal division in the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Washington, D.C. I am one of 6 former general counsel and acting general counsel of DHS who recently co-authored a guest essay in the New York Times disagreeing with ICE's new policy of relying on administrative arrest warrants to forcibly enter private residence to arrest someone for a civil immigration violation. The 6 of us included top DHS lawyers from the Bush administration, the Obama administration, the first Trump administration, and the Biden administration. This is a group that doesn't agree on policy issues always, but we all agreed on this point. The judicial warrant is a requirement of the Fourth Amendment, and it applies to ICE just like it applies to every other federal, state, and local law enforcement agency. What also united and frankly offended...
By the way, it's the only thing that allows, that prevents cops from just breaking into your house. Like, the Fourth Amendment is what is designed to prevent, like, cops from breaking into your house and, like, essentially shaking you down for cash. Like, without this kind of a safeguard, we effectively just have a paramilitary occupying our cities.
It'd be one thing if they actually passed any of their inspections. They fail, at levels of 20% or so. It'd be nice to return to being able to meet at the gate.
We should get rid of TSA. TSA is a garbage organization. It doesn't stop people from doing crimes. It's basically for decades been known as a joke that does like security theater. It's just there to make people feel like something is being done. It's not, we do not need TSA. We do not need to, in fact, spend what is TSA's budget? I don't know off the top of my head. TSA budget. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you for making this show possible. Okay, TSA's operating budget for 2026 is around $11.8 billion. Just out of curiosity, cost to... Okay. Let's see. With $11.8 billion, is that roughly how much it would cost to do free state college in the United States? Just out of curiosity. College for All fact sheet from Bernie Sanders. Okay, the College for All Act would provide at least $48 billion per year to states and tribes. Okay. I think we could probably manage that. If we eliminated TSA and eliminated a few other things from the federal government, I think we could make it. Wait, what is CBP budget 2026? Oh, it's $23 billion. Huh. If we eliminated CBP and TSA, we could roughly get a down payment on universal free college education. That isn't including like DHS as a whole. What is DHS's budget 2026? Just again, let's see here. $63.6 billion, which, for the record, is enough to end world hunger twice over. Just in case you are curious about that. Yeah, for around 39 billion or maybe 50 billion, per year, we could end world hunger. Just no one would ever have to go hungry on the planet again. I don't know. DHS is kind of a bullshit organization we made in response to 9/11. We do not need it. So, kind of seems like maybe instead of doing a bullshit response to 9/11, 25 years later, maybe we should feed the world and have free college education. I'm just spitballing here. Maybe we could do that. Oh, TSA failed 95% of the time to stop inspectors from smuggling weapons or explosives through screening. That's crazy. That's crazy.
All of us who signed that New York Times op-ed, was the current general counsel characterizing career DHS?
Well, yeah, there are a lot of things that should be separated out of DHS that didn't need to be rolled into DHS in the first place. FEMA is one of those things.
Lawyers as, quote, deep state operatives with some sort of hidden agenda to undermine the
Oh yeah, TSA's always been bullshit, Comrade Girl. Like, it's genuinely useless.
Department's mission. This is a cheap shot, and it's wrong. It's not the so-called deep state that for decades has kept ICE from entering a home using just an administrative warrant. It is the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution and the lawyers who took an oath to support and defend it. During our time at DHS, the six of us worked with thousands of DHS lawyers. Those lawyers sought to ensure that DHS's actions are lawful and to protect the constitutional rights of the people DHS agents encounter during operations. To smear career lawyers as deep state operatives for giving legal advice that is faithful to the Constitution is not only offensive, but also dangerous. It sends a message. If you give your best professional advice and urge the department to respect the law, you will be attacked for doing your job. It is a basic principle of the Fourth Amendment that searches and seizures inside a home without a judicial warrant are presumptively unreasonable. Indeed, as Mr. Schwenk just said, the Supreme Court has stated that the physical entry of the home is the chief evil against which the working of the Fourth Amendment is directed. The law is also clear, as Representative Garcia pointed out, that, the law is also clear you can't enter someone's home without a warrant that's been issued by a neutral and detached magistrate or judge. In other words, the police can't sign their own warrants. This is a basic check and balance against tyranny, and also a recognition that in the competitive enterprise of law enforcement, even a good, well-intentioned police officer is subject to the natural human biases that we all share, and therefore needs the approval of a neutral and independent judicial officer before taking an action as consequential as a forced entry into a person's home. And as Representative Garcia noted, it's important to point out that in the context of immigration enforcement, the Fourth Amendment says the people have the right to be protected from unreasonable searches and seizures. It doesn't say citizens, it says the people. It's thus well established that the Fourth Amendment applies to everyone within the physical boundaries of the United States, including immigrants who are not lawfully present. ICE claims that its general statutory detention authority combined with a final removal order by an immigration judge is sufficient to satisfy the Fourth Amendment. But that argument doesn't work. Immigration judges are not...
It's difficult for me to listen to this because it's... You can only explain so many times that what the government is doing is just patently unconstitutional. It's like saying that the text is very clear on this. It's not a difficult question to answer. Like, there's a very clear answer, and it's just, for whatever reason, it's like having to listen to someone be like, as we know, the sky is blue. And you can here's the spectral analysis of the sky to definitively prove that it exists when we look at it through our current lenses of our eye structure, that it is in fact blue. And let me further analyze this down to prove that it's blue to you. And it's like, we all know it's blue. We all know it's blue. It's
Trump
not
too is a
difficult.
direct result of going easy on criminals after the January 6th riots, specifically the politicians and media. If we are to avoid a Trump 3 just under a different name, we need accountability.
We do need accountability. It's like accountability is the bedrock of building any kind of trustful movement on, you know? And first of all, thank you for the $5 dono. And second of all, how do you get rid of illegal aliens then? Fair question. Number one, my response to that is by not violating the Constitution in the first place. And number two, by providing a pathway to citizenship, which undocumented immigrants currently don't have. Like, there should be a way where you can just pay a fine and fill out some paperwork and become documented and legally able to reside here, pay taxes, etc. It shouldn't be a big deal. And other countries have systems where that is possible. It doesn't seem like a big ask, considering the kind of violation we're talking about is equivalent to the violation you get when you get a parking ticket. When you get a parking ticket, what do? You fill out some paperwork and you pay a fine. Seems pretty reasonable that if an undocumented immigrant would do the same. You fill out some paperwork, you pay a fine, you get entered into the system. Boom, problem solved. You don't actually have to pay tens of thousands of dollars to whisk them away to a concentration camp that cost hundreds of millions of dollars to build, and then hold them indefinitely for several years, torturing them the entire time at $10,000 a day or whatever it is, and then send them back to their home country. All of this, by the way, costs us exceptionally huge amounts of money. We don't have to do that. We can, in fact, just collect a small fine for the processing of the paperwork, process the paperwork, and then they can live and contribute as equitable members of society with equal protections under the law. It's not difficult. I don't understand why it's difficult for people to wrap their head around that. Like, it's really fucking wild. Rome fell after it made 30 million foreigners citizens. I don't think you understand how citizenship works in Rome, if you believe that. Like, fun fact, I minored in history and I know about Roman politics. You don't want to go down that road with me, because Rome didn't fall because it made 30 million foreigners citizens. Goddamn. You should also understand there's a huge difference between being a citizen and a non-citizen in Rome when it comes to Romans. That's a very silly thing you said. We're going back to this.
Not neutral and detached judicial officers
Also,
within the meaning of the...
Oh no, the end of the world. 30 million more tax-paying citizens who can contribute equitably to society. The horror. Oh no.
Fourth Amendment. They work for the executive branch and are subject to the control of the president and the attorney general. Immigration judges also lack the statutory authority to issue warrants, either for an arrest or for a
Roman
search.
charges.
Yeah, the Roman charges just really filled up the reception desk. It's true. Too many people visiting Rome, going clogging up their reception desks. I just Oh wait, those are candles. I just, Rome would have fallen if they had had 5G. Okay, 5 big gladiators.
Rome fell for a lot of reasons. Personally, I blame the lead for giving them brain poison. It also affecting us, but hopefully we can outlast the lead this time thanks current environmental restrictions on it.
It's true. Oh god, why? My stream setup has been wonky and angry at me. I don't know why. Why is this happening? Why? Why? Oh my god. There we go. Okay. Having ourselves a little fun time with the stream software buttons shifting themselves around. Oof. There we go. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Thank you so goddamn much. Rome fell because of Christianity.
I'm happy to flesh out these points and others during my testimony. In closing, I urge the Homeland Security Department to adhere to the Constitution and to end the un-American practice of conducting forcible entries into homes without judicial warrants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brunel. We have been alternating the gavel and the questioning. I'm going to ask Congressman Garcia to go first. I will follow him, and then we're going to go back and forth between the House and the Senate colleagues who have joined us here. And we'll have 5-minute rounds.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Of course, I want to thank our witnesses again for being here. A really important testimony. Particularly want to thank, Mr. Schwenk, your courage for coming forward and your story, I think, is just obviously so important. I just want to thank you for pointing out how critical it is that we are following the law and the Constitution. And I want to just also make something really clear. This is also about safety in your own home. This is about ensuring that every single American feels that their home is a place for safety for themselves and for their family. Now, Ms. Gibson Brown, you experienced the results of the Trump administration's new unconstitutional policy in person, and it was an attack on your own home and your own family. And I want to thank you for telling your story. And the American people should understand and see exactly what this looked like in practice. Now, with your permission, we have asked to show a video so that people can understand what actually happened and what the federal government actually did to you. So this video is just a short minute. We're going to play it real quick on the screen.
What warrant? Wait! Nobody in here but my babies. Sugar, stay in your room and shut the door. Get back. Sis, I'm not even touching nobody. Get your hands off of me. No. Bring him back. Bring him back.
All right, listen up.
That's really, I think, that's hard to watch, I think, for anybody. And I'm sorry, Ms. Gibson Brown, that you had to experience that. But I think it's important for the American public to see that video. That could happen to any person in this country. And some of what you said, there are kids in this house, show the warrant first. Where is the warrant? Shameful what you had to.
Yeah, we covered this video, covered this incident, maybe a couple weeks ago. Really hard to watch again. And again, they did this without a warrant. They did this because they gave themselves the right to do this. You know? Like, it's really, really depressing. Okay, also as an aside, just on the idea of like, oh, Rome let in 30 million foreigners and that's what caused its decline. Just to explain why that's bullshit, I know it's totally not related to this, but since a conservative decided to make it related to this, I'll provide you guys an explanation of why that's stupid as hell. Number one, guess what? The edict that they're talking about happened roughly in 200 AD, maybe a little bit after 200 AD. Rome fell 200 years later. So, number one, I guess making 30 million foreigners didn't end Rome right away, considering it took 200 years for it to end. So I guess if it's equivalent to making U.S. citizens out of undocumented immigrants, I guess we'd have another 200 years before the United States falls apart. Number two is that they weren't foreigners. They were members of the Roman Empire. They were the people who were colonized by Rome, who were made citizens. The 30 million number is just people who lived in the Roman Empire. So this wasn't foreigners being made into citizens. This was people who were already living, working, and dying, oftentimes for, given the age of the Roman Empire, up to like 10 generations before them within the Roman Empire. And so, like, they weren't, like, non-residents being made into citizens. They were all residents of the Roman Empire. And number three, they were made citizens so that they could be taxed more effectively and recruited to the Roman legions.
This would be akin to making Puerto Rico a state.
Yes, it would be akin to making, like, U.S. territories into states. Exactly. And they should be, for the record, unless they want independence. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And also, again, just really want to emphasize this. The idea of who was and wasn't a Roman citizen up until that point was largely who lives in Rome and is considered, like, important enough to have been deemed a citizen. Like, you couldn't become a Roman legionnaire unless you were a citizen. You couldn't be, like, a citizen unless you were from Rome. Like, it's not like it was basically pretty cut and dry, and also all kinds of different people wound up being Roman citizens regardless of, like, their race or cultural background by virtue of being in Rome. And I just have to say, again, making arguments along this line, this was not what broke the Roman Empire. This, in fact, arguably made the Roman Empire strong enough to last another 200 years. So, just as an FYI, if you're going to come in and be like, well, ICE has to break the Constitution, and you can't, in fact, just give a pathway to citizenship to non-citizens, because look at what happened to Rome. That's a pretty bad argument. Don't come at me with those bad arguments. Learn a little bit about what you're fucking saying before you open your mouth in my chat. It's not difficult. It's not difficult to be curious and just look up the shit you say before you say it.
Go through and your family had to go through. Now, Ms. Gibson Brown, you are an American citizen, is that correct? You asked for a warrant, is that correct?
Yes.
And did they show you a valid warrant signed by a judge?
No, they did not.
They did not. Now, Mr. Schwenk, before this new policy that you reported about, would it have been legal for these officers to come into Ms. Gibson's home without a warrant signed by a judge?
Thank you, Congressman. No, the answer is it would not have been legal either before or after this memo came out for them to go into that home.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gibson, ICE brought overwhelming military-style force into your home. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Democrats just spew BS. We just watched a video of ICE agents breaking into her home without a judicial warrant. Like, fuck, you guys are stupid. Like, I genuinely, you guys are just dumb as hell. Like, ICE could take one of your own kids and be like, well, your child is an undocumented immigrant. And you'd say, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for freeing our country from the foreigner scourge. As your screaming child gets ripped out of your baby mama's arms. Like, God, you guys are fucking stupid. I have nothing but contempt for you guys. You will seal clap for fucking illegal activity, even if it meant, like, your own, like, child gets taken by these ghouls without warrant, without cause, without any of that. You'll still fucking seal clap. Bootlicking sons of bitches, the lot of you. They don't have kids, Jack? Unfortunately, they do.
They force their way into your home with no warrant, correct?
Correct.
They put your children in danger. Is that how you felt?
Yes.
Can you think of any justification why this level of force, military force, would be needed to forcefully enter your home?
No, I can't think of any.
This is what happens when we disregard the Constitution, when we disregard the rights of people in this country. This is wrong, it's outrageous, and every person should be ashamed of our own government for causing this kind of terror, not just to you and to your own family and neighborhood, but to folks across this country. There's no other way to describe what they're trying to do than to terrorize communities and neighborhoods. I want to say I am sorry for what you've had to experience. I know that is not enough. This government should be not just apologizing to you, but for they should try to right that wrong. And it's the obligation of all of us here in this room and across the country to stand up to this tyranny. So thank you. And Senator, I yield back.
I mean, genuinely, I will say that woman, one, deserves a goddamn huge check from the government for the damages that they did. And number two, every single officer involved in that raid should go to prison. And every single DHS official complicit with that memo, either in training that memo or issuing that memo, should also go to fucking prison.
Thank you, Congressman Garcia. I'm going to hold up two posters. One of them you've just seen is what happened at your home. The other is of a memo. Mr. Schwank, I think you'll recognize this memo. It is a memo written by Acting Director Lyons. We've seen it before at this hearing. It says, in effect, ICE officers should violate the Fourth Amendment. Were you taught or told that you should train?
Yeah, like, I don't know. Your great point, Wire Sponge. Conservatives talk 24/7 about the need for guns for a tyrannical government, and then in the next breath they say it's base that brown shirts can illegally enter your home and brutalize you. Yeah, in direct violation of the Constitution. Conservatives love tyranny. They love tyranny when it's happening to anybody but them. That's the problem. They think it's super cool and base when it happens to you or it happens to me. But when suddenly it winds up on their doorstep, they're going to come crying to all of us for sympathy. You know? And it's fucking infuriating. It's fucking infuriating.
ICE agents in accordance with this memo.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, on the very first day I arrived.
Do you think any of the ICE officers that went into her home will face any legal consequences for it? If we demand it, yes. Should go to prison for letting all people crossing the border. That breaks the Constitution. No, it fucking doesn't. Coming into the country is literally the first step of declaring asylum, you stupid bitch. Stop it. Learn what the fuck you're talking about before you open your goddamn mouth. Damn.
Glencoe to teach, I was told that we were to instruct cadets to follow the instructions in this memo.
Also, read the Constitution. It's not that long. You stupid asshole.
But that we would not write down any of those instructions, that we would not keep a record, that we...
Also, learn about how asylum works. You don't need to enter through a port of entry. You stupid bitch. Stop it.
You look like a bitch.
Taught it to them.
That's a critical point, because I asked Acting Director Lyons whether this memo was distributed, and he said, in fact, that it was with an email that so far they have failed to produce. What you're saying is that you were told not to reveal it, correct?
God damn it, Congress, stop going to fucking Kinko's and install some goddamn infrastructure in your buildings. Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is that a lot of the screens that they would have available might not show up as well for the purposes of presenting documentation, and their goal with printing this stuff off is to enter these things into public record. And so it's a weird, like, way for them to do that. But that is why they do it. I think that, yes, we could have better technology do this, but the reason they do it is, one, because they're bad at technology, and two, because this is how they get it into the record.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I was told not to discuss this memo. In fact, when it was shown to me, I was told not to take notes on it, that I was not allowed to write down any part of it. And for the record, as an attorney for ICE and someone who routinely receives memos and memoranda issued by the agency, this had never crossed my desk before I arrived at the Academy.
So, in effect, you were told, as an instructor on the law, that you were to train ICE agents how to break the law. I think every American should be absolutely horrified by that fact. And you were not alone. This memorandum was the basis for training ICE agents generally. Hundreds, thousands of them during this fiscal year. Let me ask you about topics that there were practical exams on. And I'm going to show you another chart, which, in effect, and you've seen it, it's difficult to decipher in this forum, but it depicts the topics of exams that were given, practical exams and coursework. You've testified as to the reduction. Is it a fact that there was an elimination, not just a reduction in hours of training by almost half, but also on critical substance matters, topics that should have been trained?
I just want one person to call for it to be entered onto the congressional record, which then should be placed on the congressional turntable.
The congressional turntable? What?
Thank you, Senator. That is accurate. What you're looking at on those two charts, the shorter one is the amount of testing that's given now in practical exams. The longer one are the practical exams that were given by ICE in its training program before the current surge training course. Those exams that you see there, the longer list, every single one of those was designed to test whether or not cadets could apply in the real world the things they were learning in the academy. Vital lessons on things like how to use their firearm safely, how to encounter an individual they intended to detain, much like Ms. Gibson Brown's husband. Classes that teach them how to do their job safely and lawfully were removed from testing. And what testing was left was reduced or essentially neutered by the way it was given. Tests that were designed and written to be closed book, where cadets were tested on what they could remember, because again, go back to, I said this earlier, officers have a split second to decide something. So everything we do is oriented to giving them that split second to act, and they have to know everything for it. We took away the ability to test whether they could.
But what those ICE officers did to Ms. Gibson Brown, what they did to countless people in Minneapolis, what they are continuing to do across the country was not the result of split-level decisions. It was the result of a conscious, purposeful, deliberate policy, carefully taught and trained. And in fact, the reduction in training, for example, on pistol use, on use of force, on other vital topics, was regrettable, but the effects were truly shocking. Let me ask you, because just in the time that we've released these documents, DHS has come forth with a statement, I'm going to quote it. Under these new improvements, candidates still learn the same elements and meet the same high standards ICE has always required. No subject matter has been cut. Is that statement accurate, Mr. Schwank?
Senator, that statement is not accurate. Not in even the slightest sense.
It is untrue. Would you agree?
Sir, I would call it a lie.
Congressman Garcia, if you would call on someone from your side.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Ansari.
Thank you, Ranking Member Garcia and Senator Blumenthal for.
I do appreciate the bluntness, especially after watching like the Pam Bondi hearing, where she's just like, the Dow. Like, it's nice to hear someone just be like, nah, it's a fucking lie.
Meaning both House and Senate Democrats to continue
El
our
Moco,
oversight of.
I can see your comment. Don't worry.
DHS's lawlessness and brutality. The Trump regime has used its paramilitary force, DHS and ICE agents, to terrorize communities and families all across the United States. These agents are told to engage in illegal and unconstitutional activity, including illegal use of administrative warrants to invade private homes and mass surveillance to collect data on millions of Americans. Here is just one example. ICE agents breaking down the door of Miss Tiana Gibson Brown without a warrant to arrest her husband, Garrison Gibson. This fascist paramilitary force, particularly Border Control agents and ICE, are completely untrained to conduct police activity in American cities, resulting in chaos and deadly harm to both members of the public, like Alex Preddy and Brittany Nicole Good, as well as to officers. It is horrific, it is racist, it is fascist, and it is totally illegal. This is still America. Rules apply and the Constitution matters. Under DHS use of force policies, ICE and Border Patrol agents must comply with the Fourth Amendment's restrictions on the use of force. That is, that agents may only use force when, quote, no reasonably effective, safe, and feasible alternative appears to exist, end quote. Instead, agents are engaging in a free-for-all, shooting, tasing, and pepper spraying wherever they see fit. Secretary Noem should resign in disgrace or be impeached.
I mean, like, I understand why people aren't calling for her prosecution, because they're just not going to get that at this point. But, like, genuinely, after this administration is out of power, there needs to be prosecution for this. Like, like, impeachment is the bare minimum. Resignation is the bare minimum. Like, I'm sorry, if you are presiding over an agency that is openly having a written policy to violate a core component of the fucking Constitution of the United States, you need to be prosecuted for a fucking traitor. Like, I'm sorry, you don't love America, you don't fucking care about America, you don't care about the civil rights of people in this country, you don't give a shit. If you are sitting there and saying, oh, we need to violate the Constitution of the United States of America, it blows me away.
I'm shocked they aren't calling for her to be taken out to a farm, upstate.
Well, that's because Kristi Noem has a bad history of going to farms. You know, people wind up getting shot or could wind up being shot. Ooh. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. God. Also, El Moco. I see your earlier comment. How did Rome end, and do you think U.S. empire is ending since we are at year 250? One, no. Like, being at year 250 is not any more important than being at year 249 or year 356 or year 420. It's not significant what the year is. It's significant what the conditions are. And the fact is, the conditions of the United States of America in no way resemble the conditions at the end of the Roman Empire. Like, the end of the Roman Empire was made up of, like, a large invading force of folks who were fleeing, like, the Hunnic invasions, and, like, those people wound up rampaging, significantly weakening and overstretching the Roman forces, which then led to multiple civil wars in the Roman Empire, and then those civil wars were won, but then the Emperor Theodosius died, and then his 2 sons were ruling, and they were both stupid as hell and not good at their job, and the army is weakened from the Civil War, and so suddenly a bunch of the people who had come into the empire were able to sack Rome, and in turn that led to a collapsing of the intricate bureaucracy that allowed Rome to exist, and then Rome fell. And Rome fell over the course of like a 50-year period, but also it's important to note that not all of Rome fell. Like, the Eastern Empire continued to exist for quite some time. And again, the western part of the Roman Empire fell, but not all of Rome fell. So a lot of what you're talking about, it just in no way resembles the United States today. Does that make sense? And like, there are also a lot of other factors at play here, but like, I hope it makes sense why there's an extraordinarily large difference here. And then you got the Holy Roman Empire like popping up to like
As a
retake
classic
up the
scholar,
mantle.
what are your thoughts on the parallels between Nero and Trump?
I mean, I can see Donald Trump mentally degrading to the point that he, fiddles. He fiddles himself while Rome burns. But I feel like it is a bit different because, frankly, Trump wants to see himself as a Nero-like figure because he thinks it would be flattering, but he does not have the powers or abilities, thank God, that Nero would have had as an emperor. Is fiddle code for shits his pants? I mean, I was thinking about jerking off, but like, yeah, shits his pants also works. So, yeah. He can do both. He's challenged. True. True. I guess in the sense, another way that Nero parallels Trump is just that historians fucking hated Nero. like historians just roasted Nero nonstop.
Trump diddled while the USA burns.
Yeah, Trump, it would have been an honor to visit Epstein Island. Donald, it would have been an honor to visit Epstein Island, Trump. Fuck. Oh, he's so dumb. Also, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate it.
She will go down in history as one of the worst accomplices to this massive abuse of power.
True.
We need to rein in ICE and hold the Trump-Epstein regime accountable for its crimes.
Yes, more conflation of Trump and Epstein. Let's go. I am so here for this. I'm so here for this rhetoric. I'm so here for Epstein class as a talking point. Let's go.
Now, I want to turn to our witnesses, and I want to thank all of you for being here today and bravely speaking out to shine a light on these abuses. My first question is for Mr. Bunnell. Yes or no, in the absence of an emergency, are ICE and Border Patrol agents legally allowed to knock down someone's door without a judicial warrant and probable cause?
They are not.
And yes or no, also for you, have ICE and Border Patrol agents acted illegally in forcing entry to private homes over the past year without judicial warrants and probable cause?
Based on the reports that we've seen today and what we've heard about, it sounds like they are, yes.
And Ms. Gibson Brown, yes or no, did federal agents present a legal judicial warrant to you when they broke down your front door with a battering ram and entered with guns pointed at you while your daughter was home?
No, they did not.
And to Mr. Schwank, thank you so much for your testimony today. Yes or no, are ICE agents being told they can force entry into private homes without judicial warrants?
Yes, they are.
And you said in your introduction, quote, there was a secretive order to train officers to violate the Constitution. Yes or no, ICE agents are being directed to break the law and violate the Constitution with such directions?
Yes, they're being instructed to violate the law and enter homes using the I-205 warrant process, which is just a permission slip. It's not a real judicial warrant.
Thank you. What we are seeing around the country is an authoritarian police state, the kind created by a shameless authoritarian, Donald Trump, to preserve and expand his power at the expense of our constitutional rights. I will not stop fighting against this fascist paramilitary force. And again, I want to thank the witnesses for your bravery and for your testimony and for your patriotism today. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you. I thank my colleagues for this important hearing today. And I will say I've repeatedly challenged my Republican colleagues that if you believe in the Constitution, then you believe in the First Amendment right to assemble. If you believe in people's liberties, if you believe in the...
I did want to hear the club talk just because she represents my state, but I am not holding my breath for I'm not holding my breath for this. I think it's going to go poorly. I don't have a whole lot of hope for her as a politician, and I'm upset that she's running for governor, but maybe she's going to surprise me. You know?
Constitution, then you don't go after people for having a legal permit to carry like they did to Alex Preddy. Then you believe in the Second Amendment. If you believe in the Constitution, then you believe in the Fifth Amendment, right to due process. And if you believe in the Constitution, you believe in the Fourth Amendment right against search and seizure, which is the major part of this hearing that we're talking about today. And I would start with you, Mr. Bunnell. Thank you so much for coming forward. In your written testimony, you noted that the DHS legal training materials previously called physical entry into a home without consent or a judicial warrant the chief evil against which the wording of the Fourth Amendment is directed. As you know, Justice Scalia once wrote that when it comes to the Fourth Amendment, the home is first among equals. Can you explain why the home holds this special importance under the law?
Thank you, Senator. The Supreme Court has spoken to this numerous times over the decades and centuries. The home is the core thing that is at the heart of the Fourth Amendment protections. It's the sanctity of the home. It dates back to the traditions in England before the Declaration of Independence and the sort of notion that a man's home.
Heather, yes, Obama did remove more undocumented people from this country than Trump. That's true. And Obama was wrong to do so. We were wrong to have laws that allowed Obama to do that. It was wrong, and it was bad when Obama did it, and it's still bad now. It was also bad when Biden did it. It has been bad the entire time, but I'm going to let you know it's gotten worse. Because what we're watching here is very specifically a number of people who have been either targeted by ICE or who are legal experts on the Constitution or who were former instructors at the ICE Academy who were told to teach other ICE agents to violate the Constitution of the United States. And that did not happen prior to this administration. It was wrong to do the deportations in the past, and it's wrong to do them now, but it's also wrong, an additional wrong on top of that, to violate the constitutional rights of the American people. Like, it's crazy. These Democrats are evil and trying to be good. I don't trust them or can't listen to their lies. I'm not asking you to trust the Democrats. I'm asking you to trust the people who are like risking a lot to testify in front of all of you. God, pearls before swine. Fuck.
Home is his castle. And so this is a deeply rooted principle of American jurisprudence.
Thank you very much. And I know we've had it happen numerous times. It wasn't just in the sad case of Ms. Gibson Brown in front of her 9-year-old daughter, husband, sister. It also happened to a Hmong elder who was dragged out of his house by mistake in the coldest day ever in his underwear and thrown in a car and driven around for 24 hours.
I mean, describing it even as a mistake, they just did not care to get their information right. Like, it's not a mistake. You didn't, like, trip and, like, drag a Hmong man out of his house in his underwear in front of his grandson. You didn't just, like, accidentally whoopsie-daisy do it. Like, you did it on purpose. They just do not give a shit if the people they are taking are the ones that are supposed to be taken or not.
So, Ms. Gibson Brown, you had just come back from your night shift as a nurse, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why you're wearing the scrubs in the video?
I had fell asleep with my scrubs on, yes.
And you work in intensive care unit, is that right?
A pediatric intensive care, yes.
And how long have you been doing that?
21 years.
So there you are, you're home, and then suddenly your husband wakes you up and tells you that this has happened. Could you talk?
Yeah, part of the problem. So, Heather, I live in Minneapolis. My neighbors are getting dragged out of their homes. My neighbors are getting shot in the face like a handful of blocks away from where I live. You know? Like, that's happening right now because masked men are just roving the streets, snatching people up who they think look not white enough or poor enough that they can get away with it. It's fucking lawless behavior, and they're breaking into people's homes too without a judicial warrant, meaning they're just breaking into whoever's home they feel like, essentially. And so my entire stance and my entire political stance is that that's wrong. And people who violate our Constitution need to go to jail. And I find that to be a far greater crime. My other stance here is that if you look at the kind of violation being in this country as an undocumented person is, it is the same level of violation as getting a parking ticket. If you get a parking ticket, it's the same level of violation. And I think when we look at that kind of a crime, what is the solution to a parking ticket? You fill out some paperwork and you pay a fine. Similarly, I think that if someone is in this country undocumented, they should be able to fill out a paperwork, pay a fine, and then be like legally recognized as someone who lives here and have the ability to work here. And I think that there, like, again, should still be a process to becoming a citizen. But there's a big difference between legally being able to be here and a citizen. And I think people who are legally able to be here should be able to work up to citizen. Like, it should be a much, much easier process than it is right now. And far too many people in this country who are undocumented simply have no way to become documented. So that's where I'm at.
About how you felt at that moment.
I just didn't understand because he had just checked in. And then he had another check-in for the 26th, and it was my son's birthday that day, so I was just in shock.
And is it true then that Judge Bryant, who used to, for my colleagues should know this, he was a assistant U.S. attorney, worked as a prosecutor, and then in the last few years, this went through a confirmation hearing and became a federal judge. He's the judge that then issued an order that this was illegal, what happened to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Schwenk, thank you for coming forward, as my colleagues have noted. And I want you to go over again, because it was just so shocking to me, what was eliminated from the training of these ICE agents, just because it's been my constituency.
Sorry if you hear a little clang. I've been fiddling with this little thing. I will stop.
Constituents that've been dragged out of their homes, like the Hmong elder. And it is my constituents that have seen repeatedly the racial profiling and this illegal use of force. Tell us what was omitted, taken away from this training when our colleagues in the last few years, coinciding with last summer when they gave them an extra $75 billion. What was taken out of the training, Mr. Schwenk?
Thank you, Senator. What was taken out of the training were classes on use of force, specifically classes taught by the legal department, as well as classes taught by other units. What was taken out was almost 16 hours of firearms training, classes that teach them how to use their weapons correctly and safely. What was taken out were classes on how the Constitution works, what the constitutional requirements are for their job, and the constitutional limits on their authority. In fact, the class where we talk to the officers and teach them about the rights of protesters was cut from a 2-hour program into about 10 minutes. They got shoehorned into a lecture on what the concept of a seizure is. There are others. There are many other classes that were cut, but I think these are the most critical for your question.
Good God. Yeah, we want a bunch of untrained hacks running around in masks with guns. That'll end well. God. It's like handing a gun to a toddler. Holy shit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. I'm going to call on Representative Randall.
Thank you so much, Senator. And thank you to our witnesses for being here today to shed light on the blatant disregard of the rule of law that we have seen from this administration. They're executing illegal warrants in violation of the Fourth Amendment, preventing members.
GOP. Dems want to defund police. Dems. ICE wasn't trained enough.
I mean, like, the training issue, I think, is relevant for the abuses of power that have been happening. And, like, the violent incidents that have been happening. It's relevant to what has happened. Personally, I think that if Dems are going to focus on ICE being trained well enough, they should raise the training standards so that it takes, like, 6 years to fully become trained as an ICE officer. And then, like, once the administration shifts over, we'll just cut that training short by eliminating the agency. You know, like, that's what needs to happen. You know, like, use it as, like, a way to slow down this rollout of ICE officers as, like, this big paramilitary force that is going to be weaponized against the citizenry. If you're going to focus on ICE training at all. But of course, Democrats aren't going to have the spine to do anything like that. My hope is that we can get more and more Democrats on board with abolishing ICE as a concept. I think that'd be a really good idea. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 Tier 1 subs. Hope you're doing well.
Members of Congress from exercising their lawful congressional oversight duty and failing to uphold tribal sovereignty by rounding up and detaining tribal citizens. I visited.
Yeah, you need a doctorate to be an ICE. I am interested in this question about tribal citizens because like there's a large indigenous community here in Minnesota and they've been getting targeted pretty hard by ICE.
I'm just saying, how is it that the GOP version of Dems sounds so much cooler than the Dems version of Dems?
God, it's always been that way, right? Like genuinely, like they're like, oh yeah, that damned socialist Joseph Robinette Biden. Look at him go. He wants universal health care and everyone to have a productive and meaningful job that allows them to have a livable wage. What a disgusting embarrassment of a man. I bet he even loves his wife and says fuck sometimes. And like then Joe Biden's like, I'm going to quash a railroad strike. Like it's so fucking disappointing, you know? At every turn. Ugh, God. Organize with your local Dems so that we can get better fucking people in charge. There are better people in this country than corporate Democrats. There are more talented people in this country than corporate spineless weasels. Get joined to your local Dems and get engaged in the local political scene so you can make things better. Because we need to all roll up our sleeves and get to work on that, okay? Because like it's fucking ridiculous. The kinds of clods we're tasked with hauling over the finish line year after year.
The Northwest Detention Center in my district 6 times to ensure that immigrants are being treated with dignity, with humanity, and with care. And what I've seen on each and every visit is a stark reminder of the chaos, the pain, and the confusion at the hands of Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, and Kristi Noem. And what happens when policy is developed from a place of hate and not a place of facts. I've heard report after report of the denial of basic rights within the facility in my district, and twice I've been illegally denied entry when attempting to conduct an unannounced oversight visit to further investigate these concerning reports. And we know that this is only one of the many ways in which this administration is acting illegally. There are 12 tribal nations in my district, and I've heard concerns from so many of them about how ICE and CBP are racially profiling tribal citizens and detaining them, people who are indigenous to this country. I've had tribal citizens tell me they're sending their kids to school with their tribal IDs on them out of safety and fear. And when tribal members show their tribal IDs to ICE and CBP, those officers lack any understanding of tribal ID cards. Last week, Secretary Noem wrote to tribal leaders claiming that no.
Also, just as an FYI, like conservatives are genuinely embracing like deport indigenous people more and more. It's to a like absolutely fucking
No
ridiculous
pleasure,
degree.
no rapture, no exquisite sin greater than central air.
Salmon Moose, I wish I understood what that reference was to. But also, central air is fucking magnificent. It's sublime. One of the greatest inventions. Thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. My god. Hell yeah. It's from Dogma? I haven't seen Dogma in a very long time. Thank you so goddamn much. Indigenous people? Yeah. I mean, look at this. This guy, by the way, is a Republican candidate for Texas, the government regulatory committee on oil and gas in Texas. Oh my god, I made it bigger and then the picture disappeared. Jesus. Since we're going to denaturalize and deport all third world savages who hate our country, I'm calling for adding these third world savages who we conquered, then brazenly let have a nation inside our nation to the list. Like, dude, he's running to be a fucking political figure in Texas. and he's calling to deport indigenous people. And when asked for clarification on this post, by the way, he was like, oh, I didn't mean all indigenous people. I just meant those four specifically the ones who went and flipped off Mount Rushmore. Now, real quick, why might indigenous people go to Mount Rushmore to give it the finger? Can anyone guess why that might be? Could it be because Mount Rushmore is a holy place, a sacred mountain that a white guy decided to carve several statues of the faces of people who are responsible for the ongoing genocide of the indigenous peoples of this country onto? It's like if you I don't know. It'd be like if you took the Washington Monument and, like, I don't know, carved it into Hitler. You know? It would be like, I gotta be honest. It's pretty fucking heinous. You know? Sounds like he backtracked like a bitch. I mean, he didn't really, right? Like, his post is, we're going to denaturalize. That means take away the citizenship of and deport all third world savages who hate our country. Like, I'm sorry. He's not backtracking from that idea. He still believes that part. And I just want to point out that part is incredibly fucking racist. Also, he then calls indigenous people third world savages, which again is incredibly fucking racist. But also, just as a fun fact, did you guys know that Mount Rushmore is actually a colossal fuck up as far as like sculpting goes? Just in case any of you didn't know this, Mount Rushmore was originally supposed to be full body sculptures of each of those historical figures. And then they just royally fucked up the planning for that and could only do the faces. The more you know, huh? Anyway.
No enrolled tribal citizen has been detained and that no ICE operations have occurred on tribal lands. And this is a pure lie. She's calling every tribal citizen who has spoken out about their experience liars, and it is disgusting. Mr. Bonhomme, how are ICE and CBP educating and training officers and agents on the United States government-to-government relationship with Indian tribes?
You know, I might want to punt that one to Mr. Schwank in terms of the training.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar exactly with, you know, how that topic is covered. I will say it was not an issue that percolated to the upper rank.
You don't know shit? I don't, because they literally have this part on display at Mount Rushmore to demonstrate what the final product of Mount Rushmore was supposed to be. And wowee, did they not get that? So, I don't know, maybe learn what you're talking about before you talk shit.
Ranks of the department during my time there. And I frankly, your description of it is quite concerning in a way that I hadn't heard before. So thank you for raising it.
Yeah, thank you so much. We've continued to hear concerns, not just in my district. When we were in Minnesota, I heard the same thing from tribal leaders there who were looking out for and advocating for the safety of constituents, of their neighbors.
Casual reminder that Trump tried to block a $3.7 billion stadium for the Washington football team unless they reverted their name.
I did forget about that, Sake. Thank you for the reminder. I totally forgot about that. I don't even know how that ended. Well, I don't think they changed their name, so fuck, everything's so stupid. We live in like a stupid singularity.
Of tribal members who, are stopped because they are brown and forced to prove that they are not only indigenous to this land, but that they are citizens.
Yeah, like every indigenous person who's a member of a tribe here in Minneapolis has to carry their tribal IDs now, because if you get stopped by ICE, you need to be able to provide that. Otherwise, they're like, well, you look not white, so you're gonna go with us to the Whipple building. We're gonna detain you indefinitely. Like it's fucking ridiculous. And also sometimes in some of these accounts that people are sharing, like they're taken even if they show their tribal ID because ICE doesn't give a shit.
This may be a question for Mr. Schwenk also. Given that some tribal leaders have encouraged their members to carry tribal IDs to show ICE and CBP in case they're detained, do you know, are ICE and CBP agents trained on how to identify a valid tribal ID?
Why didn't they finish Mount Rushmore? One, mainly because they kept fucking it up, and so the stone structure required to finish the statues, like, got blown up or got overcarved, and like the rock became stable and they didn't want to destroy the faces, so they stopped.
I do not, thank you for the question, but I do not have any particular information on how they're trained to identify a tribal ID. I do know there are general classes on identification documents that they take, but again, because we have eliminated practical testing, I have no idea if they're actually learning it. In the materials I teach, or I taught for the academy, the only things we discussed involving Native Americans were the possibility that some Native American tribes have the ability to cross the United States border. And that was really all we ever covered in that side of it.
Thank you. What about racial profiling? Can you tell us what guidance was provided to ICE agents regarding racial profiling?
Yes, yes, Representative. In the training material that we taught, the material calls for the department to follow the Department of Justice's guidelines on the use of race and other factors in law enforcement operations. But in practice, what the cadets are taught is to follow what's called the Kavanaugh stop. That is that they are...
God, even this guy is calling it a Kavanaugh stop. Like, God, Justice Kavanaugh explaining how, like, oh, no, it's totally fine for ICE agents to stop and interrogate the citizenship of just about anyone on the basis of race or language or, accent, is like one of the most egregious miscarriages of Supreme Court justice in a long, long time.
are allowed to use race as a factor, not the sole factor, but a factor in their operations.
Thank you. I think we've all seen the disturbing effects of that practice in our communities and across the country, and I really appreciate you for being here and sharing. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Brando. Senator Wells.
Well, thank you all very, very much, each of you, and we're all horrified at what happened to you, Ms. Gibson Brown. Let me just ask a question, Mr. Schwenk. With respect to that attack on the home of Ms. Gibson Brown, aside from the warrant question, why in the world, and in what world, did we need a force with automatic rifles, combat fatigues, helmets, the whole military operation? What part of Homeland Security requires that to go to this woman's home?
Thank you, Senator. I can address that question to some degree. Part of that I have to defer on because I believe it might reveal tactical practices of the agency, and I don't feel comfortable disclosing that. But to what I can address is that those officers in that situation, regardless of how they show up to the scene, however they're dressed, whatever equipment they're carrying, are supposed to know their constitutional law, their understanding of what their authority is, well enough that regardless of whatever orders they received before
let
they
me
showed
interrupt
up.
for a second. I get that. I'm just shocked that you would have that level of force to show up at this woman's home. I mean, my view of that, it's intended to intimidate not just Ms. Gibson Brown and terrorize her family and her children. It's intimidating to everybody in this country to see that level of force.
The answer to this is just they're operating lawlessly. If they are willing to disregard the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution, they're willing to disregard any and all other laws that are lesser than the Constitution. What may have been playing through their mind. There's no rational reason for them to show up like that to her home when her husband was making his regular check-ins and was not a threat and was not a criminal. They're operating in a way to terrorize people because that is effectively their new way to operate.
Vid is relevant.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, and I'll take a look at this TikTok. I wanted to get to a good break point first.
Your plan was never to become an ICE agent, but just to apply for the job. What stood out to you when you went to the ICE Career Expo in Texas?
Oh my God, what?
Well, the expo was all I was intending to write about, and a few things just from that. It was very empty. There weren't a lot of people there. They seemed to expect a lot more people than showed up. The venue was far too big for the number of people there were. And the interview itself took about 6 minutes. I've been accused online a bit of lying by omission, and for that to have happened, they would have had to ask me more questions. They asked me questions like my name, my date of birth, how old I am. They took my resume, which was 100% accurate, and they said that I would hear back. I didn't expect to hear back because I have a very unique name, and the minute you type that name into any computer, it becomes immediately obvious that I'm not an ideal recruit. I'm a journalist. I am very clear online about how I feel about ICE, about how I feel about the Trump administration. So I didn't expect to hear back from them ever again.
So ultimately, when you heard back from them, what was it?
Oh my God.
So I missed the initial email because I wasn't expecting it. Again, I expected them to Google me, and they didn't. A few days later, they sent a tentative job offer. And with that tentative job offer, they sent a bunch of paperwork that I would need to fill out for consideration. I would need to accept the tentative job offer. I needed to fill out paperwork saying I'd never been convicted of domestic violence. I needed to fill out paperwork for background check information. I needed to sign an affidavit that I could pass a PT test, all of this stuff. None of which I did because I didn't see it. And yet, apparently the application advanced anyway, because a couple weeks later, I got an email from LabCorp saying, hey, come and take a drug test for ICE. And I was pretty sure that wasn't going to work out well. Cannabis is legal in New York State, and I had partaken of it 6 days before their test date. But, why not? I went ahead and...
Oh my God. What? What? Oh no. Okay. Salmon Moose, thank you for the sub, and to EP Halfling, thank you for the tier 1 sub. What a goddamn queen. Oh my God.
And took the test anyway. And then 9 days after I took that test, because they're supposed to call you when you fail. So I was curious, did I somehow pass this test? So I logged into the ICE hiring portal and was shocked to find that the ICE hiring portal listed me as having a final offer, as having accepted that final offer, and as having a start date of September 30th, which was 3 days before I checked the portal.
Okay, so that's different than what DHS says when they posted just now a response to your story on X, and they wrote this, quote,
I had heard this story, but I had only heard a very top level abbreviated version of this story. I had assumed it was just like the sit down at like a jobs fair for 6 minutes and that was it. I didn't realize she sat down for 6 minutes and then gave them her full resume. And then later they were like, well, do you want to continue? And she never filled out any of the additional paperwork. And then it still advanced, and then they called her for a drug test, And so she did it even though she had used cannabis, and then they advanced her anyway, and then said that she accepted the job. They literally just gave her the job. Wild, wild shit. Holy fuck.
Applicants may receive a tentative selection letter following their initial application and interview that is not a job offer. It just means they are invited to submit information for review. But what you're saying is, even though you ignored it, they were ready to hire you with a start date, whole thing?
Oh my God.
Yep. No, this is, and I went ahead and quote tweeted and replied with a video of a screen capture of what I saw when I logged into that ICE portal. What I saw was a final job offer, a start date, and a little thing that said, "Welcome to ICE." They can try to hide this all they want, but this was not a tentative selection letter. This was a final offer and a start date for a role as a deportation officer. And it's very funny that they hired a journalist who openly despises their program. That's funny, but what's disturbing is we don't know how many other people this happened to. It seems unlikely that it was just me. We don't know who's wearing these masks with guns in our city. We don't know if they have domestic.
There's part of me that is like, she should have just like gone, you know, and like reported from the inside. I'm sure that probably would have been illegal to do. For some reason, but like run it by a lawyer and like go through the training process and like report on that too. Like, oh my God, this is how far they were scraping for employees. Yeah, I mean, like, who wants to join the fuck? Like, there's a limited number of people who are willing to join like the ICE paramilitary organization. You know, there's a limit to how many people are like willing to like fully commit to this kind of organization. And like, I'm sure they're desperate for people to sign up, you know? She says that in the article, but ultimately she might have been at risk to her safety. Oh yeah, she definitely would have been at risk. That's true. Yeah, she could have been the nice officer from the bit. Why, geez, Such. You told me to go out and catch him, so I went down to the lake and I cast my rod for 8 hours. I didn't catch nothing, Sarge. I'm sorry. Like, she could have been the nice officer. Malicious compliance officer. Let's go. Oh, geez, Sarge, you told me to take him to the Slammer, and I took him to Grand Slam. We had a great time, Sarge.
Violence convictions. We don't know if the people who are manning deportation centers, detention centers, have been convicted of sex crimes or crimes against children. These are people that will neither be believed nor missed. I mean, the more you think about it, the worse it gets.
Your plan was never...
Yeah, it does get worse, indeed. God, thank you for sharing that, Sake.
How about you, Mr. Vanel? Thank you so much, by the way. The deep state, I just laughed when I heard that. Because, you know, my sense of what you do and your colleagues and people who've been career prosecutors suggests a commitment to the Constitution, a commitment to professionalism, a commitment to duty. If that's the deep state, that's a pretty good state to be in. I want to express my gratitude for the work you are doing and your colleagues. But what about this question of having a decision made by a superior to deploy people in combat gear, automatic rifles, to go out to a citizen's home? I mean, leave the warrant part of it alone. With or without a warrant, I'm shocked that that is what you had to arrive home to.
Well, I share your reaction to it as kind of wildly over the top. I mean, why you need to dress like you're invading Iraq in order to go apprehend somebody who is not a fugitive. I mean, I think that's the point that gets lost a little bit is yes, there may be some probable cause that somebody is removable, but a warrant is usually something for somebody who is a fugitive.
Right.
As I understand, Mr. Gibson's situation, he had removal orders. He received a removal order in 2009, and he'd been checking in regularly as he was supposed to, including right up, shortly before this.
That's a discretionary decision by somebody higher up in the chain that sent these officers out in that way, right?
Yes, it was not a judicial officer. It was somebody, their supervisor in the field office.
Yeah, and it's part of the Kristi Noem terror campaign against Americans.
Right. I would also just note that to the extent that ICE at least purports to want to have a strong partnership with state and locals and would like to improve their reputation in the communities that they say they're trying to protect and serve, this strikes me as an extremely, shall we say, odd way to build trust and credibility with either the people of the community or the state and locals.
How about counterproductive?
There are probably much stronger words that could be, at a minimum, odd and counterproductive.
Let me ask both of you, is there any justifiable reason, any justifiable law enforcement reason that the standards of training and safety and policing that apply to the Burlington, Vermont police force, to the Vermont State Police Force, to police forces in all our jurisdictions in the country should not apply to ICE? Mr. Schwank.
Thank you, Senator. And my answer to your question is no. At a root level, all law enforcement should be trained to a minimum standard to understand when they can and cannot enter a home, when they can and cannot use force, when they can and cannot make an arrest. And this was the point I was approaching earlier, Senator, is that regardless...
I do appreciate that the whistleblower for this is just like a weird little guy who has a commitment to like the rules. Like this kind of a guy is like being pushed out of the administration constantly. And we need weird little guys who are committed to rules, like as bureaucrats. It's super important. And the fact that he's doing his duty and doing his job here by like pointing out like, hey, actually, they're not really doing the rules. And that's really important because the rules prevent certain abuses from occurring in our system. Like, that's actually really good. We need those guys. And it is, in fact, really bad that this guy felt compelled by seeing so many abuses that he had to leave. But like, honestly, like I'm glad that this guy is doing what he's doing and was positioned where he was positioned so that we can know about this. If he hadn't blown the whistle on this memo, we never would have known that as a matter of policy, they are training a paramilitary force with the budget that dwarfs militaries of major powers around the world to break our own constitutional order. Like, an important component of this is that this guy is the only reason we know that one of the biggest, most funded military operations on the planet is being trained sloppily, almost non-existently, except with the caveat that they are being told you can violate the Constitution. Like, it is good that we know that.
Of how they showed up at the scene, regardless of how they were told to dress when they came there or what they were told to carry, every one of those officers was supposed to know what they were allowed to do under the Constitution. And that was the point of the training program, is to teach them to know that and to know it well enough that even if they got an order that was unlawful, they would know not to follow it.
Thank you. Thank you. My time is up. Thank you.
And I think this is where we are going to end this. There's like another hour of testimony here that all of it's very valuable. But I think maybe we'll watch the other half of this tomorrow, just because it might be worth taking a look at, or maybe the day after. I know we got plans for the State of the Union tomorrow. But it is vitally important that we know about this. It is vitally important. The Trump administration is weaponizing a bunch of guys walking in off the street, handing them guns, telling them to violate the Constitution directly to violate the Constitution, and just being like, okay, go roam the streets in masks. The degree to which this is unconscionable, the degree to which there needs to be accountability for this crime against the American people cannot be overstated. Cannot be overstated. Okay? And I think that anyone who is showing their entire ass by talking about how, like, oh, well, you know, they have to violate the Constitution. They have to be
Release
untrained.
the unedited jack cuts of the full 4 hours of Pam Bondi and full 2 hours of ICE testimony.
You know what? If you guys donate, I will revisit all 4 hours of Pam Bondi, all 2 hours of this. If you guys donate, I will do this. I promise to all of you. All right? Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciate the support because folks like you make this show possible. Hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and folks, please consider supporting the show financially because you guys allow this to happen day in and day out. Yeah, donate now. The Dow is up over 50,000. And also, make sure you join your local Dems. Make sure you join your local DSA. Folks, if you need help figuring out how to do that, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with your DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And also, you know, we want to onboard you. If you have problems doing that, please mention it in riverboat.gg chat. We can help you out. And also, last but not least, please check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It looks good on everyone. I swear. It looks great on everybody. I've seen it on every kind of person. It looks great. And also it's comfortable and it's non-tucking lingerie. It is actually going to be comfortable for you and it's not going to demand that you tuck your bits. So all of that being said, check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo and let's keep on going. And fuck ICE. M. Allison Rosado, thank you for the $2 super chat. Hell yeah. We did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. God. Also, my tits be pitting today. Look at how good they look today. I've been streaming for 7 hours, and they look, you know, I'm proud of them. They're putting in the work. They do be. I know, right? I feel very sexy. Let's see. I'm respectful. Good. Can I do a wowzers? Go for it. I don't know what that means. Thanks, pretty kitty. Great presentation of your girls. Thank you. Thank you, Koopa Shell. All right, I need to get sleep because I have to be up in like 8 hours so I can make it to a medical appointment. So I will see all of you later. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. We'll be covering the State of the Union. It will not be a live coverage of the State of the Union. We will be late. Unavoidable, sadly. But when we start, I just encourage everyone to show up. Alcohol and substances encouraged if you are inclined in either of those directions. Either way, make sure you show up with a drink and a snack. And we're going to be having some fun with Holy Mac after the State of the Union, as well as, you know, maybe we'll do some Galactic Milky Subway. Maybe we'll do some Rudyard. Who knows? We'll check it all out. It'll be good times. All right. I joined the Discord, but sadly I'm abandoning. That's fair. I will ask, are there any alternatives that you're looking at, Mildly Muscular MILF? Because my issue is there doesn't appear to be any, like, significant competitor to Discord in terms of, like, usability and security, you know? Or at least more secure than Discord. Which, to be fair, and it's not that secure. I'm worried about what would happen to the server. Well, the main issue, Comrade Girl, is that I'm worried that we would launch something else and people wouldn't make the leap over. You know? Because, like, we have people on the mod team that can self-host, but I also don't know... I don't know that people are going to want to, like, try and figure out how that works. So Matrix is apparently the way at the moment. I'll continue to look into it. I'm just worried. Yeah, like, I'm worried y'all are going to ask for it and then, like, 10 people are going to show up, you know? I was looking at Stoat, which I think is Revolt. Like, Revolt had to be renamed Stoat. So apparently, though, Discord did drop the age verification through Persona, as well as the other, like, Peter Thiel service that they were looking at. What was it? I forget what it was called. Oh, yeah, no, it was the Persona. So, I don't know what's going on with Discord and age verification anymore. This also happened with Twitter. It's true, but Discord and, like, Twitter had, like, pretty one-to-one, like, usability leaps that people could make. I haven't seen that from Discord competitors, but maybe they will continue to get better. I just don't want it to be a situation where we have two things going on at the same time. Like, that's too much for folks to mod. Let's see what changes they actually do. I am interested to see what Discord does. All right, I'm very tired. Good night, everybody. Bye. Oh, God. All of my buttons are fucked up still. Okay. Found the right one. Kick it off.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band. We'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echo with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the laws undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs. We're not looking for charity. We've been fooled, we've been jerked around, and there's only so much we can say. No, we won't go away. Oh, the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions will refuse when there's nothing left to lose. Throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. There's another day just about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood to fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Oh, 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 the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions will refuse when there's nothing left to lose. Throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine.